In autumn 1999, Paul Bevan found a Roman coin in this field in Standish in Gloucestershire. Then he found another one and another, and an obsession was born. And 5 years, one archaeology course and several trenches later, he'd amassed boxes and boxes of Roman and Iron Age finds, like these brooches, these tesserae, this Iron Age axe, all this building material. There's clearly loads of archaeology here, but what exactly is it? Well, there's only so much that one man, however driven, can find out with a trowel and a metal detector, so Paul has invited this lot in to find out. And how long have we got to do it? Just 3 days. The field in question is in Standish, near Gloucester, slap bang in the middle of one of the wealthiest areas of Roman Britain. And with finds ranging from the Iron Age to Roman, it should provide a snapshot of the lives of ordinary Brits at the time of the Roman invasion. Quite a little treasure trove that Paul's found.
It's a terrific little haul. We've got Roman building material, Roman pottery, Roman brooches, Roman coins, and some Iron Age stuff as well.
Have we got any clues yet as to what it might be?
I think the fact you've got Iron Age stuff and Roman stuff suggests it's probably a farmstead going through over that period. And in fact, the geophysics suggests that as well.
You've done this already?
We actually did it 4 years ago, but we've resurveyed it with a new instrument, and look, it's a whole complex of responses.
Yeah. And again.
Phil's looking for the early end of our story in Trench 1, where he's expecting to find an Iron Age roundhouse next to the stone surface that Paul uncovered last year.
Yeah, I think that's Paul's excavation.
Matt puts in Trench 2 over these two large pits. Finds from these should give us an idea of what people were eating and chucking away here and when. Geophys are on the hunt for a Roman building in the area of the field where Paul found most of his roofing tiles and tesserae pieces from mosaics. Could there be a villa here? An hour into the dig, and the unpredictable British summer is causing Phil problems in Trench 1 as he tries to make sense of Iron Age archaeology in wet clay.
The problem is identifying individual cut features.
Paul's finds bear striking similarities with Froster Court, just 5 miles away. Excavations there have revealed an Iron Age farmstead which evolves over the centuries into a substantial stone-built Roman villa with roofing tiles and ceramic wares just like the ones from our field. The pits in Trench 2 have already thrown us a bit of a curved ball.
Oh dear, it's skull.
Nobody was expecting human remains here.
Not much of a ridge
No,
around the middle bit.
young lady.
A young lady.
Who is she and when did she die?
Well, the only find to come out of the fill of this so far is Roman pottery.
Oh.
So it has to be early Roman or Roman at least.
Right.
No earlier than that.
So not Iron Age at all.
Bridget,
Yes.
you got something interesting there?
Well, it's a very tantalising pot piece here, and I'm just itching to get into it, just in case it's whole.
And did all this lot come out of the same trench?
We've got amazing bits of pottery here. Look, we've got these lovely rims here. We've got a piece of Samian. We've got some bases. We've got black burnished ware. And we've got some incised decoration. It's just wonderful.
So what story is this telling us?
Well, most of this stuff is coming into the 2nd century AD, so this is the local potting industry in a Romanised tradition. It's all part of the gradual Romanisation of the settlement and people slowly moving upmarket.
What about structure in this trench?
Well, there's certainly evidence again. We've got more roofing tile coming up,
Yeah,
so
got a
there's
bit
certainly
here.
something fairly close by.
And we've got this daub here that was used for the walls of a Roman building.
If you look where Ian is, there's a lot of pottery coming out of there, so there's no doubt about the date of this. We've got things like this, which is a classic Middle Iron Age type of rim, probably talking about 3rd, 2nd century BC.
So why have we got a big black blob right in the middle of a roundhouse?
In fact, it's a ditch of Roman date that would have been cut through here long after the roundhouse itself had disappeared.
At the time of the Roman conquest in AD 45, Standish was in the pro-Roman Dubunny region of late Iron Age Britain. As our farmstead became enmeshed in the Roman military structure, our Romano Brits, as they became known, could have accumulated sufficient wealth to aspire to leave their Iron Age roundhouses behind them and upgrade to a posh new house built with the roofing tiles, daub and tesserae that Paul found. So where is it? In goes Trench 5.
That hasn't moved very far either. It's really nice quality. Pretty unabraded pottery.
Excellent.
Altogether, saying that there should be more substantial structural features somewhere nearby.
The pottery that Bridges found is so sharp-edged in comparison to Paul's finds that our archaeologists have had to reconsider the location of any Roman structure. It now seems that centuries of ploughing have moved the finds up the field, away from their original location near Trenches 5 and 3. It looks like we're getting closer to our building in Trench 2, where Matt's found some rubble that could be from the foundations of a Roman building, and among it, some iron slag.
Ah, there we go. Beauty. Is that from the bottom of a furnace? Where you burn your ore and all the clag goes to the bottom and kind of sets ironworking on site.
So our Romano Brits were making iron products here, such as the iron axe that Paul found with his metal detector.
Mark, what do these Iron Age settlements look like?
In this area, we've got very little to go on, any sort of comparative material. The best site still is Froster, just a few miles to the south of here, which of course does develop into a villa. You can see we've got this irregular, rectilinear ditched enclosure. And then within that, the excavations revealed numerous circular structures. If you compare that with the geophysics that we've got from here at Standish, you can see we've got these very similar types of enclosure, and of course at least 3 circular structures, 2 of which we've now confirmed by excavation. And the fact that we've got at least 3 of these suggests that we may be seeing the beginnings of a small village starting to form in the closing centuries of the Iron Age. As to how it actually looks, I mean, we can only speculate, but Victor's been working on a rather fine sketch here that gives a nice impression of what we've just been talking about. You can see each of the roundhouses, these smaller plots perhaps being used for vegetable growing, corralling animals, and probably looking at extended family units occupying each of these little plots.
So this looks a bit like a snapshot in maybe the middle of the 1st century AD, because I see here on the edge somebody's experimenting with the more Roman style of building.
Yes, this radical new introduction, yes.
Corners,
yes.
Are you as frustrated as I am by the fact that we still haven't found this villa?
Well, yes, I am. I mean, in a way, because it'd be lovely to find a lovely Roman villa with stone walls and mosaics.
Underfloor heating, fountains.
Oh, yeah, the whole shooting match, it'd be great. But, you know, we know there's about 1,000 Roman villas in this country of different shapes and sizes, and even if you stick 50 people in them, to include the family and slaves and farm workers and that sort of thing, that's only 50,000 people out of a population we know must have been anywhere between 3, perhaps as much as 6 million.
So where were the rest of them living?
Well, what we now know from modern archaeology is that far more of them were living in ordinary rural farmsteads. And even, you know, the Iron Age roundhouse we're always hearing about, that building remained in use throughout Britain, throughout the Roman period.
But there are wooden Roman buildings as well.
Exactly. Now, the kind of thing that we could have is a basic timber frame. When you drop a timber into the sleeper trench like that, then you build up a frame of timbers all the way along, and in between that, a lattice work of wattle and daub. So that's a sort of twig-like structure here, framework. Slap plaster on top of it. That is perfectly strong enough to support a heavy tiled roof. You can stick painted wall plaster on it. You can still have mosaics.
But presumably it's going to be much harder for our archaeologists to find.
Exactly, because we can only see what is visible to us. And unless timber has been burnt, it's just not going to be there.
If Guy's right, there'll be nothing to see but clay, Phil's favourite. But there's a ray of hope in Trench 5.
Bridget, I hear you've got a bit of wall.
Yeah.
Oh, crikey, yeah.
Yesterday, I wanted to get some structure and bingo, look what's here. All this masonry.
But it's not a very massive structure, is it?
No, it's not at all. It's only about 40 centimetres. I don't think it's enough to be called footings for a masonry wall.
But it could be for a timber wall. If you put a 1 foot square timber in on top of that,
Yep.
you could support a timber frame building then, couldn't
Absolutely.
you?
What I think we need to do is actually do some resistance survey.
Right.
I hear what you say, it's not a solid stone foundation, but we stand a better chance of seeing a building with resistance.
Until now, John's been using magnetometry, which measures changes in the Earth's magnetism and shows up metals and heat-affected areas. The resistance survey will pass an electric current through the ground. Solid features such as stone impede the current and will show up as high readings against the low readings of clay soils.
Stuart, what are you doing on a bike in the middle of a field?
Well, riding it, I suppose, is the obvious answer, but this is my mobile incident room. I've got everything I need here. I've got my aerial photograph, I've got mobility, and I've got the landscape around me. It's a great way to do landscape archaeology.
That's all you need.
Yeah. That's the field where we're finding all the remains in there. We're standing here. And down here is a very, very major stream going all the way down.
Yeah.
Now, if we know from other sites, if there's a villa, and they say if, it's a big if, it ought to be somewhere along this stream course. We know the site at Froster to the south. It's a very similar site to here, and that has a villa with it. And where is it? It's next to the only major stream source.
Stuart goes in search of a villa elsewhere. But the archaeologists are still convinced that the finds suggest a substantial Roman building within our field. So Mick and Jane decide to take another look at the pottery.
This is of particular interest. It looks a bit sad. It was a piece of Samian.
Really? So it looked like that originally?
It would have looked like that originally.
Good Lord, so that's really worn.
And it's particularly prestigious, this item, because it's a lion's head from a mortarium with a hole in his mouth area for pouring, a spout. And we can just see the grits on the inside area. This would have created a surface for grinding. And it would have dated to the late 2nd, early 3rd century.
And one decent handle.
And one decent handle, and you would like this, Tony, because that would have been a tankard.
How big?
Well, I'm told they can go up to 3 pints.
I think this is more Phil's line.
Yeah,
no,
Phil's line, that is, yeah.
There's a fascinating twist to our Iron Age story emerging from Trench 4, where Ian found the stack of pots. You got bones coming up there?
Oh, just a few. It's a horse. Or part of a horse. I mean, this is really getting to be very exciting.
Why do you say that's exciting?
Well, in the Middle and Late Iron Age, across much of southern Britain, you do get these things that people call structured or special deposits. Ian's exposed here 3 or 4 pots that are superimposed and crushed. We've got another pot here. All this burnt stone.
So are you saying that these and the horse are deliberately put in here?
It is a deliberate deposit. Quite often these deposits are thought to be associated with special events, like perhaps the abandonment of this house and its demolition. It could be like a closure event. And perhaps this involves a feast, and then everything that was associated with that feast, it's all gathered up and placed into this.
What's the significance of the horse?
The horse is an animal that takes on growing status in the Iron Age. If you can be seen to afford to kill and consume a horse, it confirms your rank. I mean, it might have been the old nagging, honestly, but it's still a horse.
As we search for some clarity to the Roman end of our story, every find helps.
Jane, we were just looking at this big old rim, wondering whether it might be amphora or storage jar.
Well, Phil, I think what you've got here is a very large storage jar. Quite a squat dumpy pot, but quite a hefty thing for storage.
So it's about, what, this height?
I would guess so, yes. And we're looking at the later part of the Roman period, maybe 4th century.
The date of the storage pot confirms that people were living here late into the Roman period. Mark, are we actually inside the roundhouse here?
Yes, we are, yeah, and just sort of cleaning up around these packed stones here.
Is this natural?
No, you see a lot of these are actually sort of fire reddened, so it could be the base of a hearth or an oven.
God, it's stiff old stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this would have been the hearth that our family sat round, talking about the arrival of the Romans or the state of the farm. So how different was life on the Roman farm in the 3rd and 4th centuries from the life led by the Romano-Brits in the 1st century AD? And the way that the Iron Age farmers who enjoyed their horse barbecue lived their lives in the last centuries BC.
I think it's absolutely amazing.
Tell me through it then.
What we're actually standing in is the yard of a Roman farm. And the sort of activities that were going on in that yard include metalworking. Look, we've got this lovely little fire-reddened furnace base. And the nice thing about it is that we've actually got some metalworking slag.
All right, this is the yard, but where's the farm?
The farm starts here. This wall here is actually the boundary of the farmyard. And I think what's happening is that they're actually throwing all their refuse on the other side, because on that side of the wall we had masses and masses of pottery. On this side, absolutely nothing. There is the base of that foundation. So we've got a large building here facing out onto the yard and a much smaller building also facing out onto the yard.
Finally, we're able to piece together an impression of our Roman farm. The outbuildings could have housed the blacksmith who used the furnace. The farmhouse would have been a timber construction. Our Romano-Brits had made it, but not quite enough to be able to afford the grand villa, although they still had painted plaster, a mosaic floor, and the latest sandstone roofing tiles.
Time Team is 100% independent and funded by our incredible fans. Joining Patreon gives you access to exclusive interviews, 3D models, masterclasses, and more. Please join us on this exciting journey. We need more support to make more episodes.
Take a look at this, and this, and this. It may seem hard to believe, but the locals here in rural Lincolnshire reckon that all these are part of a posh Roman building, and they've got good reason to think so. Because nearby in this field, a local metal detectorist has come up with some really extraordinary finds. Isn't that beautiful? And look at that. And that. They all suggest that in Roman times, something quite special was going on here. And we've got just 3 days to find out what. The Romans reached Lincolnshire within years of the 43 AD invasion. Lincoln became a great Roman centre, but there are no records of Roman activity at our site, Wickenby, 12 miles from Lincoln. Wickenby seems to be nowhere near any Roman roads, and there's no evidence of a Roman town really close by. And yet metal detectorists have found hundreds of Roman brooches, coins, and bric-a-brac in 2 fields around Wickenby. Initial geophys has been done by local archaeologists, but what was happening here in Roman times has continued to remain a mystery. Come on then, Francis, this is the 2004 geophys. What's it tell us?
Well, it tells us there's a lot of archaeology there, Tony. There's an awful lot. There are a lot of ditches there. They're on at least 2 alignments, which suggests at least 2 phases. There are a lot of finds out of the middle. I think you're looking at a fairly major series of Roman settlements.
So Phil opens Trench 1 over an area where a large concentration of finds have been discovered.
Righty-o, Danny, and let's make a hole.
And geophys get going over the rest of the field, where the ditches seem to continue. But it's not long before something Roman does emerge.
We've got all the evidence here for a Roman settlement. We've got masses of big sherds of Roman pottery. Okay, they're a bit churned around at the edges because they've been in the plough soil, but we've got our first copper alloy object, which was the reason we came here. And we've also got burnt stone, so we can demonstrate that people were actually living here.
You're happy that all that is Roman?
Oh yeah, I think so. But I'm very happy about this, Tony. It's white, it's very heavy. I think it's lead alloy, but what really excites me about this is that I think this could have been actually melted here on site.
Look at this. A dozen manky bits in a seed tray, and they think they've got the Roman equivalent of Manchester. There's archaeologists for you. molten lead suggests not rural farming, but metalworking. And John thinks that a huge blob on the geophys may give us more evidence.
This blob is actually set within this small ring. And when you look at the characteristics, it's stronger than lots of the other anomalies. And it suggests to me that it might be small-scale industrial, say a small kiln or oven, something like that.
If it is industry, Guy, what do you think it might be?
Oh, I agree with John. There's a range of possibilities, and a kiln, pottery industry, that's perfectly possible. But actually, we've got so many metal finds from the site and scrap-type metal finds that I think one of the most likely possibilities is that it's a furnace to do with bronze metalwork.
And where would the metal have come from?
There's going to be new metal being mined, but also there's a whole industry of scrap metal going on in the Roman world. You know, the time we live in, metal's terribly cheap and labour is terribly expensive. But in the ancient world, as in the Third World today, it's much cheaper to get a man to rework old metal. So you've probably got scrap metal coming in as well as the stuff that's being made here.
So do you think that some of those metal detectoring finds, which look so fantastic to us, could actually have been old metal that's being recycled?
Oh, some of them almost certainly are, because they're so broken and damaged, and it would explain why they're in that state and why they've been left here.
Ah, got archaeology here.
But at least Phil's beginning to expose hard evidence of activity on the site.
Tracy? Yeah? This is a lot more promising. We think we probably got some sort of a ditch, but when we come back here, now look.
Oh, yeah.
Charcoal.
Nice.
Now that is the most encouraging archaeological material I've seen in any of the trenches.
With signs of burning, things are looking good for Guy's proposed recycling centre, where tools, sculptures and bowls could have been made. Well, you promised me a big trench. This isn't bad, is it?
Well, you can see now, Tony, why we need such a big trench. It's absolutely crammed with archaeology. I mean, up here, there seems to be a floor or a spread of some sort. I mean, it's loads of pottery. You can see Roman pottery at the surface there. And then as you come round here, if you look along there, you can see there's a diagonal one.
Just going right through to our feet here, yeah?
To our feet here, and continuing. At the far end, that produced Iron Age pottery, so that could be early. Then you come round here, and there...
They've got two things there.
That's it, yeah. And they've got Roman pottery in them. So, I mean, there's shed loads of archaeology here.
Would you say that this is categorical evidence that we've got Roman settlement here?
Oh, without a shadow of doubt. Oh, yes. But is there Iron Age here and anything later? That's what I want to find out.
So not only have we got a substantial Roman settlement, but Francis suspects this ditch is part of an earlier Iron Age one. While we close down Trench 1, John's geophys has uncovered a whole new feature. And we've heard there's a water spring in the corner of the field. The Romans recycled many forms of metal, including coins. And indeed, coins keep emerging at Wickenby.
Look at that. Oh, wow. Silver denarius, sort of late 1st, early 2nd century. Look at the detail on the head. Absolutely crisp as a button. It's beautiful.
My brain's turned to mush this afternoon. We've got geophys that looks like spaghetti. We've got archaeology, which is just loads of big shadows in the ground. We don't really know where we are, do we?
Well, in a way, the problem is we've got too much archaeology. I mean, on the ground, it looks very simple, but once you take off the topsoil, we've got ditches everywhere, we've got pits, we've got post holes, we've got a mass of stuff. We've got finds virtually coming out of our ears, and I reckon in the last hour or so, we think we've probably got a wall, a sort of structure.
You've got 3 bricks, Phil.
It's looking like a wall.
Right.
Look, what you need to do is stand back and look at the geophysics. We've just talked about this boundary to the settlement that goes with the Iron Age. A whole series of roundhouses are now visible across the field. These go with the curving ditches. Then you've got these straight lines, which I think is the Roman settlement superimposed on top. It's a clear picture in the geophysics, I think.
Yesterday in the pub, Francis and John also decided to open a trench which could give clues to Roman industry on this rural site, as they think it's a kiln. So yet another trench gets underway.
Basically, we're just starting to hit that edge.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, keep going in.
A bit more.
Yeah.
Only a little bit.
Over the 3 days, Bridge has been busy conserving one of the most spectacular Roman finds from the site, a metal bowl. That is really nice, isn't it?
It's wonderful. It's just looking so much nicer than I mean, I couldn't imagine that this is what was underneath all that horrible caked up old soil.
Yeah,
it's so shiny and so lovely.
Although some of it is corrosion, I believe that this one here is a deliberate perforation and cut on the side of the object. Also, this one here. Now, they would be two good places where you'd be able to actually suspend the bowl or the pan. So you could have had chains attached to the bowl and then pulling up and attaching to that scale that Helen's demonstrated. It was at least harder than the brass it was made from. So you're chucking in things like bronze or stone or iron.
The evidence that Bridge has revealed suggests a story of work, not of rural farming, but of recycling and industry. And the same story is emerging in what Francis had hoped to be a Bronze Age burial. It's not round at all.
No, it's round, Tony, and it's a ditch. It may be a house, but I think far more likely it's something rather different, because out of that ditch we're finding this stuff. This is plaster? Yeah. And it's Roman, it can't be Iron Age. But what makes it exciting is that some of it is actually painted. As you can see here, it's painted in 2 different colours.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is. Now, that sort of plaster only comes out of high status buildings.
So could there be a Roman building right here?
So this could be some form of a workshop, I think.
So no prehistoric structure for Francis, but we have got a Roman workshop. Metal recycling and now stone recycling.
1, 2, 3.
But in coring, we discover the feature, possibly a well, is very, very deep.
It's not natural.
Still going,
Still
yeah.
going.
It's a well.
It's definitely a well.
The excavation becomes so waterlogged, we just can't resolve this trench's story. But Stuart's found answers from the Roman landscape. We've got this whole complex of Roman boundaries and ditches and stuff in our field. But is there any evidence of that Roman life still in the landscape today?
One thing that is really quite striking here is the way these old things come together towards this place called Rhine, where there is evidence of a Roman settlement. Now that looks to be like a small market centre where whatever was being produced here at our site will be transported down to Rhine and then exchanged, sold, whatever, and then along the Roman road network to Lincoln and beyond.
Our site's a glimpse of Roman Britain archaeologists have been missing before. One of a large rural population, of widespread industry and recycling, stimulated by a new commercial culture. Yesterday evening, the only tangible archaeology we'd got was stains in the ground, except in the pub. To much hilarity, it has to be said, Phil alleged that he'd got a wall, and the evidence for his wall was 3 manky stones. Have you still got a wall?
Totally vindicated, Tony. Absolutely. Those 3 manky stones that you described them as, look, this is what they are. Look, there they are, going through there. And the edge of the trench, as we saw it, came across there. Now, we've subsequently pushed that back, and look, we've got 1 stone there, we've got another stone there, but we've also got an inside edge to the wall as well, which is coming around there. And you can see the whole thing is curving back round. Now, I think that this is probably going to be a furnace or a kiln.
Hang on. The furnaces you've shown me in the past don't have that light clay stuff there. They're always black.
That's after they've been used. This one was never used. It was either constructed and it fell down because there was a flaw in the design, or failing that, they didn't need it. Maybe it just collapsed, maybe it was just unstable. But the thing is, this has never been fired. This is what they would have looked like when they were built.
We came to Wickenby to investigate a Roman site. In doing so, we've uncovered a very early prehistoric site that grew into a vast and important Iron Age settlement. When the Roman economy arrived, the rural settlement here embraced it. People here were trading with coins, building kilns, working metal and even stone. This community constantly changed and recycled, adapting to a new Roman world.
Time Team is 100% independent and funded by our incredible fans. Want us to make more episodes? Joining Patreon gives you access to exclusive interviews, 3D models, masterclasses and more. And you get to have your say in the process as we develop new sites.
Back in the days of Queen Victoria, an amateur archaeologist made an intriguing discovery underneath these Somerset fields. 2 Roman mosaics. Have a look at this drawing. See the detail in that rose pattern there? Classic evidence of a Roman villa. But that's not all. Experts think there could be even better mosaics still down there, although there's a very good reason why they haven't tried to look. For the last 100 years, this whole area has been an army firing range.
What we've done is we've resurveyed a small area, and I mean the results are just so clearly. It just has to be villa building. All the wall lines, corridors, rooms, a whole mass of responses.
How deep down do you reckon this stuff is?
I think it's pretty shallow, probably not more than, half a metre.
The geophys hints at dozens of rooms, any of which could hold the mosaics. But one spot in the corner looks particularly promising. So in goes trench 1. And oh look, someone's happy. And almost immediately, Phil and Neil find something rather special.
Oh, now then, what's think of that?
Oh, well, even you know what that is,
Yeah,
Phil.
I do. That's part of a mosaic floor.
That was quick. Tiny bits of stone like these are called tesserae, the building blocks of a mosaic. Let's hope that's a good omen of things to come.
Oh! Oh! Well, it's not bad, is it, for the first... the first bit of the first trench? We've got a tesserae and we've got a coin. Do you know, there's only 12 coins recorded from this site so far from the antiquarian, so lucky 13.
So our second trench goes in just a few metres away from our first to see if we've got a high-status room in the middle of the villa with one of the mosaics in it. And bang on target, guess what we find? Woohoo! Tracy, there are excited whispers from the other trench that you've found a little bit of mosaic.
We have, Tony, yeah. You can see we've got a little bit in here and then a bit beyond where Rakshar's working.
A little bit of a mosaic. Come on, Tony. It's carrying on underneath here, so I think we're going to have to extend the trench back this way.
There's a gap in the middle there. Do you think you've accidentally hit it?
No, we didn't hit it. It's most probably plough damage. If you actually look at the section, we're not that far from the top at all.
So John's looking pretty pleased with his geophysics. Although it's still very muddy, this must be one of the mosaics we've been asked to look for.
This is a smaller room here with this mosaic in. The division between the rooms should be about here in this trench.
And like buses, you wait for ages in the cold for one mosaic.
Whoa!
And 2 come along at once. Imagine all the hundreds of posh sandal feet that must have walked over that.
Yeah, and not just the posh guys, because there's a whole army of slaves and servants that were needed to keep a house of this style and status running. I mean, there are some Latin authors that talk about a group called the Burgundi, which are a band of sort of runaway slaves and brigands, roaming around Britain and Gaul, ransacking and just nicking things.
So actually, in rubble and burning, we're seeing the last days of Rome in Britain.
Absolutely. It's really about the end of the Roman way of life, which is funded by the Roman economy.
As the day draws to an end, the sun and the colour in the mosaics are starting to shine through. Sadly, they've deteriorated since they were last seen 150 years ago, probably from ploughing. But at least we've ensured that they'll be protected in future. Is this one room or two rooms or what?
Yes, it's both. It's what's called a bipartite room. Two rooms that operate as one. You've got like your entrance hall almost, with this lovely mosaic that's really sort of vibrant with its colours now that it's been sponged down. Then you can see here that we've got this semicircular footing.
Yeah.
What we might have here is like half column actually attached to the wall, rising up with a nice big decorative capital, in which case we're looking at a grand double doorway through the steps into here, or it's the pedestal base for a statue. Either way, we're looking at a very, very grand room.
What would the walls have been like?
Almost certainly richly decorated, painted wall plaster. But of course we haven't found much here because this has already been cleared out by Monckton in the 1860s.
And that's not all. Curiously, we appear to have post holes driven into the mosaic floor. This act of vandalism is perhaps more evidence that life here struggled on after the end of Roman Britain. Over the past 3 days, we've unearthed a villa which mirrors the rise and fall of Roman Britain. A modest house which ended up with pretensions of grandeur. In its heyday, cheap blue and white lias mosaic corridors would have led into a large summer dining room, with our 2 mosaic floors, and on a fine day, views across the valley beyond. On the dining room table, perhaps the fake silver spoons we found. All in all, dare we say it, just a little bit chav. Home to a minor aristocrat, his or her family, and of course keeping the whole thing going in the background, servants and slaves. But the good times weren't to last. It struggled on into the 5th century, but the villa, along with Roman Britain, was past its sell-by date. Somewhere under this grass is a Roman cemetery containing the remains of soldiers from all over the empire who were stationed here in South Shields. We know it's here because Victorian builders found loads of bodies. The fort was in use for 300 years, so the cemetery could be huge. And it's not just full of your average Roman squaddies. There were troops from Spain and Africa. There's even an intriguing reference to what could be a unit of Iraqis. There's just one tiny problem. The whole thing is under a housing estate. And we've got just 3 days to try and crack it. The Victorian builders are a tough act to follow. They found some amazing stuff, like this. Right in the middle of our site, they unearthed 2 of the finest Roman tombstones in Britain. One was put up by a Syrian for his 30-year-old wife, Regina, a freed slave from southern Britain. The other was in memory of Victor, a 20-year-old North African and former slave from his Spanish master. Roman South Shields was clearly a microcosm of the whole empire. Who were the people who would have manned this place?
Like most forts on the frontier, it's manned by provincials. These are people the Romans hired from all around the Roman world. They never based them in the provinces they came from. They took them off to do the dirty frontier long-term garrison work. And we know there were Gauls here. There were also Asturians, who were Spanish cavalry regiments. We also know that in the 4th century, there seemed to have been a unit of bargemen, probably from the Tigris area, which is roughly equivalent to modern Iraq.
Tigris bargemen? They must have been tired by the time they got here. But their services may have been useful here at the Roman fort of Arbea, which commanded a strategic location next to the North Sea and overlooking the mouth of the River Tyne. The fort was 4 miles east of Hadrian's Wall, the northern limit of the Roman Empire, and acted as its supply base. The first known fort was built in AD 160, though there was probably an earlier one. The fort's gatehouse has been reconstructed from the plan revealed by excavations. This test pit will be here in the middle of the estate. Others will be in an arc running up to Trench 2, which is being dug to look for the northern boundary of the cemetery. But the first indications aren't hopeful. Phil's come down onto concrete where we might have expected the demolition rubble of Victorian houses. And Bridget's bogged down in modern services, gas, water and electricity pipes. Children at the local Hadrian Junior School are also going to be digging test pits. John Gator is looking for targets for them. Because the school's right next to the fort, it's likely that they might find traces of the vicus, or civilian settlement, that surrounded all Roman garrisons. You know how in the cowboy films you've got the fort, and then outside it you've got all these old shacks full of Indians and whores and drunken doctors? Do you reckon that's what it would have been like outside a Roman fort?
Yeah, pretty much. The Roman army on campaign pushing forward the frontier has a whole baggage train of prostitutes and wives and children and their booty, and a series of huts and shacks would grow up around every kind of fort.
But actually here on Hadrian's Wall it seems to have been different. The forts are a lot more permanent, and as soon as the forts become permanent, the towns become much more permanent, much more organised. If you were standing here outside South Shields in the 2nd century, you'd see a paved street of the vicus with stone-built houses, shop fronts opening onto the street where the soldiers could buy everything they might want, workshops behind. Some of the soldiers who were married would have houses, there'd be inns for travellers, and even beyond that you'd then have temples, you'd have a religious area, and beyond that a cemetery. So it's a whole thriving community, but really quite established, well-ordered and well-run.
The population of the vicus and the fort might have been more than 1,000. During the 300-odd years of the fort's life, thousands of people would have died in Arbea. They must have been buried somewhere. We're looking to see how far a Roman cemetery extends under this housing estate in South Shields. So far, we've found medieval plough soil in our first trench and a 20th century vehicle inspection pit in our second. But we haven't written off this area, and we're opening Trench 3 nearby to look for the northern limit of the cemetery. Trench 4's looking for burials near Stuart's Roman Road. But the finds aren't what we expected. Instead of evidence of dead people, we're getting traces of occupation where people lived.
Oh, well, it's obvious that's Gaulish Samian ware, imported from Roman Gaul. And I can tell straight away this is a very rare form. You know those mortaria, those Roman kitchen mixing bowls?
With the grits inside.
That's right, for grinding up the food. Very characteristic of Roman cooking. This is a very rare Samian form of mortarium. It's got a kind of vertical wall round the edge here with a very characteristic little lion's head spout on one side, and then the bowl down here with the grits. You can actually see some of the grit there. It's not the sort of thing I'd expect to find in a grave, though. I think that's occupational debris.
I mean, I've been talking to Tim about it, and we agree it definitely looks like some sort of occupation deposit.
It does. I mean, it's a thick deposit, a whole range of material in it, and there's even got coal in it.
Well, so they've always really placed the vicus up further towards the fort, haven't they, on the west side of it? That looks like we've now found evidence for it stretching further down here
as well, yeah.
With the vicus appearing to stretch further south than previously thought, the Roman map of South Shields is being redrawn. That's all very well, but where are the burials? Carenza's approaching the problem from a different angle. She's also going over exactly what archaeologists here at South Shields have found in test pits previously dug around the estate. At least the children in the local junior school near the fort have got some archaeology in theirs.
Do you think you're actually into Roman layers here?
No.
No, why not?
We haven't really found anything. We found some slate.
Oh, and that pottery is quite modern, isn't it? This is probably Victorian as well. We need to try and get below all of that and just see if we've got Roman even further down, because that would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Phil, I can't believe this. You only had a couple of pieces before lunch.
In Trench 4, Phil's flow of finds has turned into a flood. But the story is still settlement, not cemetery.
I mean, look at this. We got loads of Samian. That's probably my favourite. It's nicely decorated.
Actually, it's not that wonderful, you know. If you look at the rosettes, they're very worn down, and it's got that rather smudgy orange colour. I think this is East Gaulish, you know, late 2nd century, early 3rd century. It's come across from the Rhineland.
Well, were they notable for their crappy Samian?
Well, actually, they weren't very good at it, and it's not that. It's quite distinctive, actually, but it's a good date, though.
At last, one of our test pits is delivering Roman finds. The question is, could they be from burials?
Yes. Oh, yes, yes. Right, that's from a nice little piece of flagon. There's the main body, and then that's up to the rim. Unfortunately, without the handle or the proper rim, it's going to be very hard to date that, but that's guaranteed Roman period. Now, a flagon is the sort of thing you could get in a cremation burial as a grave good, but it's more likely that this is just a normal flagon from everyday use, part of everyday life in the vicus, really.
So just possibly a grave good. But we still have nothing that positively shows a cemetery. Trench 4 is becoming our hot trench. Not the roadside burials that Stuart expected, but instead signs of settlement in the form of a midden or rubbish dump. And now it's thrown up another surprise.
Nick, would you care to have a look at this? Incredibly compact, hard surface.
Wow, that is hard, isn't it? That's real metalling.
I mean, is this the sort of surface that you get from your Roman roads up here?
Yes, it looks Roman to me, given the amount of Roman material we've had off the top of it.
Oh, it's there. It's there. It's there. There it is. Oh, God, it's still going.
A Roman road, another sign of life where we expected to find death. It's becoming a real puzzle trying to work out what happened to all those people who must have died at Arbea. Were they all in one cemetery? Carenza's trying to find out whether the layout of other Roman fort sites can tell us why the cemetery here is so elusive. The answer may be both simple and devastating.
The problem is that the cemetery may well be a lot smaller and a lot more compact, and perhaps several cemeteries. What we may be hitting is the gaps in between. I think what we really need to do from the archaeological point of view is start as close as possible to any spot where we know we've had human remains in the ground.
But that's the exact opposite of what Tim told us the strategy was at the beginning. He said start wide out and work in.
And it hasn't worked.
Okay.
Well, I think we should start working in from the known and work out.
Is there anywhere that we know of where there are remains in situ?
Point H on the map here, where there was a small rescue excavation which did encounter Roman cremations and burials.
So Carenza's faction wants to dig here, Point H. It'll be very interesting to see what Tim thinks about that. We won't have to wait long for Tim's reaction. The day's drawing to a close.
This is where we've ended up. This is the last piece of green we have. This is what we've got to investigate.
But this is the one area I think we should be looking at as well, because under those bungalows is the one area where we found in situ skeletal human remains recently.
Carenza, is this the mysterious H?
That is H on the map that we talked about earlier. And we've actually got the end of a grave cut just here. So there's a really definite target to go for.
2 new trenches are planned. The first close to an earlier excavation which found part of a Roman burial. 20 metres away, Geophys are surveying our second target. A previous test pit here found part of a curving ditch which could have ringed a Roman barrow burial. We want to find out if it did. The only problem is we know that the area is packed with gas, water and electricity service pipes. What about over here?
Well, down here, where we had highest hopes of finding a burial, more services.
So what are we going to do?
We've got one chance, I think. This is the geophysics we've now extended. They're the trenches. Look at that, that stands out like a sore thumb. We can't ignore that. It might only be more Victorian cellars, but given the circumstances, we've got to go for it.
Perhaps it is one option and it's just down here, but I haven't given up over here.
We've still got lots of services, though.
Well, there were services, but there's a gap. Just up here, right on the edge of the site.
What, from the edge of this pavement down to this orange line? Tim, that is an act of desperation.
Absolutely not. We've got this trench we're going to put in here, and we're going to go down there.
Where the pegs are, we've marked it out.
Well, we'll have dug up the whole estate then, won't we?
Pretty much, but that's the way it goes.
Flipping heck. So 2 new trenches are going in. One to investigate John's anomaly, and the other as close to point H as we can get. But it feels like desperation. We're no longer looking for a cemetery, we're looking for a single grave. And our best bet may still be the possible barrow burial in Trench 7, even though it's been damaged by services. Tim, I remember the night before we started. There you were, first time that you'd run a time team dig. And what you were worried about was how we were going to process this wealth of archaeology which was going to gush up out of the earth as soon as you put a trench in.
Yep, and it's been rather different, hasn't it?
Why?
I think it's because the land surface we see now is very different from the Roman underlying surface, and we didn't realise how variable the geology was. You know, sand this deep in one place, clay in natural hollows, gullies and things that we didn't imagine were going to be there at all.
But this is quite interesting, isn't it?
Well, it is, because in fact the archaeology in here, although it's not symmetry, I think is beginning to make me feel we can tie it all together.
In what way?
Well, underneath that midden, you know, the rubbish deposit that Phil found yesterday, we discovered a cobbled path, which I think Phil's glorified with the name of a road. It's not what you'd call Grade 1 standard major Roman roads, but it's still a path, and it's on this particular alignment leading down towards the known burials. And that makes me excited, because I think we're getting the idea of a path leading towards the burials.
Why do you say you're beginning to be able to tie everything together?
Well, because we found these same cobbles in the next trench down, even closer to the cemetery.
Bridget's Trench?
Absolutely, yeah.
So this pathway thing is heading through that trench and on to Carenza's glorious Point H?
Absolutely, that's what we think, yeah. And what's more, we've discovered something new in the last half an hour, which I think makes that idea even more positive.
Tell me.
Well, you can see the road, or rather what's left of it, down here. But we've just discovered a ditch on the same alignment towards the far side, running through the yellow sand, that grey band. The previous excavation that did find burials was defined by ditches on exactly this alignment. And I think we found the edge of their cemetery plot.
A grave would be fantastic news. And there's more good news from the children of the local junior school, who've produced an impressive haul of finds from their test pits.
They've actually found a lot of Roman pottery, considering what a small area has been opened up.
They've done very well indeed, they really have.
Can you give them an idea of what was going on in the Roman period on this spot from what they found?
Well, I can see straight away there's a really nice little collection of Roman kitchenware. This is the kind of material that was used every day in a Roman kitchen. It would pick up contaminants from the food, and they'd throw it away on a fairly regular basis, much as we would throw away paper plates, polystyrene containers, that sort of thing. This is the kind of material that would have been used in the houses in the Vicus, where the families of the soldiers who lived in the fort were having their ordinary everyday lives.
When I left, all we had was this Roman road surface. Now you've got this whacking great slot cut through it. What archaeology have you found in it?
We found that underneath the road surface we have this great massive dump of clay, about a foot deep.
That's this stuff here?
That's been put there to build the road. Underneath that clay we've got the natural sand, so we're really out at the bottom there. And cut through that, at this end of the trench, we've got this small pit full of grey soil and charcoal.
Is there any cremated bone coming out of that?
We can't see any yet with the naked eye. We have got one big bit of bone, which is in that tray there.
Where did this come from?
It's from a level which is much nearer the level of the road surface.
Well, is it human?
I think it probably is.
Which bit of the body?
It looks like a chunk of upper arm from quite a chunky arm as well.
But to be sure...
The possible cremation pit turned out to be a prehistoric feature, but the human bone shows there was a burial nearby. 20 metres away, Bridget's Trench has also finally produced intriguing evidence that we are close to the cemetery. Ditches on the right alignment, and now, what could be even more positive, bone.
The question is, what sort of bone? It's in such awful condition. It's certainly not cremated bone. I mean, it's mostly from long bones, but my goodness, it's the consistency of toothpaste.
Yeah, it's just rotten, it's falling apart.
This is obviously why we're not recovering any skeletons here, isn't it? This soil's so acidic that bone's just decaying. There is nothing there that's recognisable as anything that's either specifically animal or specifically human.
Whether or not it's human, we now know that we're close to the cemetery, or one of them. It was small and couldn't have held all of our bayers dead, so there must have been other cemeteries. This one was prominently placed crowning a hill with access along Phil's track. We now also know that the Vicus stretched further down than previously thought, forming the northern boundary. The main road south from the fort was the eastern limit. To the south, there was marshy ground unsuitable for burials. It would be 3rd century or earlier before the Roman Empire converted to Christianity and burial became the preferred funeral practice. Well, one thing we can say about this estate is it's pretty well stocked with gas, water and electricity pipes, most of which we found in our trenches. But with the help of South Shields residents and school kids, we've managed to unpick the story of a Roman cemetery from this maze of buildings and concrete. And I think that's a bit of a result. This is Piercebridge on the River Tees, and you can see exactly why we might want to come here. The entire village is inside one of the most fascinating Roman forts in the country. But that's all over there. The reason we're here is to find out what's going on down there. Over the last 20 years, 2 local divers have pulled more than 2,000 objects out of this stretch of the Tees, like this lovely figurine and this little fish here, beautiful gold ring. And intriguingly, all of it came from one little area in the middle of the river. And on top of that, they think they found the remains of a couple of wooden bridges. So what does that fort up there have to do with all this down here? The whole place is a riddle. Let's hope we can get to the bottom of it. Did you make these?
I did. I got my Blue Peter badge for it as well. This is the modern bridge now, with the road bridge. We found this structure with the oak piles up here.
Do you think that's a bridge?
We think it is because we've got a concrete pier there. We're not too sure if it's Roman or medieval. We're not too sure. Down here, we've got all the wooden piles, and there's a wooden platform there. So the mystery is what's going on here.
Ben, we've got a shed load of finds, we've got the fort, we've got bridges. What on earth do we do?
There's a lot to be getting on with, isn't there?
So we're not just going to be messing around in the river all the time?
No, obviously we will be in the river. That's hugely important to get in there and get recording that. But we're also going to be having a look at this context up on the banks and around about. There's plenty of stuff to explore up there as well.
So we know about the fort and the big Roman stone bridge that spanned the Tees here. But there are 2 mysteries Bob and Rolf want us to resolve. First, why have they found so many objects in the middle of the river? And second, what are the wooden structures on the river bed? Have they found 2 more bridges? Or are they jetties or some sort of water mill? There's only one way to find out.
What I do want to do is get to the end of this timber just to give myself some idea of the size of this thing.
It's only when you're up close that you start to appreciate the scale of whatever this thing was. These beams are clearly enormous, and if they're Roman, then they've been lying here on the bottom of the river for the past 2,000 years.
That's a good width. You could drive a modern lorry over that. And it's probably wider than that then.
Oh, it is. Well, this disappears into the silt. It's going to be a lot longer.
That is incredible. And it's all one continuous piece of timber.
Good old English oak, Phil.
Fantastic.
And what about the other enigma we've come here to resolve? Why this vast hoard of Roman objects was found on the riverbed? Philippa, I know you've only just started cataloguing the stuff with Bob and Ralph, but are you getting any kind of picture of what was happening here?
Well, there's just so much to look at, but what I can tell you is that there's some really interesting things going on at the site. For a start, there seem to be a lot of religious objects amongst what we're finding here.
Religious, so these could be votive offerings, things that people just chuck in the river for the gods.
Exactly right. And it looks like all these objects are coming from a very small area in the river, about 4 metres by 14 metres. So I think people were deliberately throwing stuff into just one small area.
But Phil, look what I picked up.
It's the shoe off one of those piles. Beautiful. I mean, this is the actual tip that was driven into the riverbed. We've got this lovely piece of wrought iron hammered right out. And then this piece up here, and you can actually see the imprint of the wood preserved in the corrosion.
Alongside the timber beams, we've now found one of the iron spikes used to anchor them into the riverbed. Whatever this thing was, it was formidable. But we've still got the other set of wooden remains to look at further upriver. It's just as well I brought my flippers.
Loaded away. Yeah, whoa, it's a little bit cold. Slightly.
All right, enough of this faffing about. Let the professionals through. There are no horizontal timbers this time, just the remains of a wooden post. It's quite narrow at the top with a sort of notch in, isn't it?
It's narrow at the top, but it broadens down this time. They're quite substantial. These are big posts. That's a big post, that.
Let's have a look at the second one.
Look at this one, yeah?
In fact, Bob and Rolf have found 7 posts in 2 parallel rows. And then there's this massive lump of concrete. Could this be what's left of a pier? Do you think it could be Roman?
I think there's every chance it could be, yeah. There's a lot like a bridge or a jetty or something. I mean, those posts are big and big lumps of concrete.
It's quite extraordinary. We've got some substantial remains over there, which we think might have been part of a big Roman bridge. Phil thinks he's got a second Roman bridge over there. We seem to have another bridge here. This site's getting curiouser and curiouser. Here at Piercebridge in County Durham, where we're getting to grips with what we think might be the remains of 3 Roman bridges in the River Tees. But while most of us have our eyes firmly fixed on what's happening on the riverbeds down here, over here, what looks like a breakaway faction of rebel archaeologists appears to be opening a trench in a field that even more bizarrely is nowhere near the river.
So, John, where are we on this geophys then?
I think we've got a little rectangular building here.
Yeah.
It's on a different alignment to the fort, so we're going from the middle, across the wall, possible ditch outside.
Yeah.
I have 2 big questions about this site. Firstly, why are we excavating this little field when the river's actually about 200 metres in that direction? But secondly, and probably more importantly, what on earth is Mick Aston doing here? Mick wasn't scheduled to be on this dig. Ben's in charge, not you.
Yep.
You don't like Roman archaeology, and yet you wheedled your way into it.
Yeah, well, it's because it's County Durham and it's the Tees Valley. And we've done quite a lot of sites in this area already. And I'm interested in where this fits in to the overall picture, because we're very near Stanwick, which is a big prehistoric complex. And we're in the Tees Valley, where we've got Gainford and Barnard Castle from the medieval period.
Do you see that, John? The reason he's here has got nothing to do with the Romans at all. He's interested because of what might have preceded the Romans and what came after them.
Yeah.
But Ben, you're interested in the Romans,
Definitely interested in the Romans, yeah. And the reason why we're here is because there's been a lot of excavation around Piercebridge. Wonderful tome here, you know, you just feel the weight of it, a huge amount of excavation. But it's all taken place over there to the east. Loads of buildings, some sort of village-like settlement over there, but no one's actually been over here on the west side. Have we got a small village just contained over there? Have we got something much larger, something like a small town?
Mick, do you think whatever we find here might help us illuminate what's going on down at the river?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this has never been looked at. So...
well, it has been now.
Except for this morning with you, Dan. Yeah, but, so we don't know what's here, really.
Well, we do. We're starting to get a really exciting picture, I think. We've surveyed it magnetically. You can see the corner of the fort. It shows really clearly. And then we've got a mass of anomalies extending across the field.
Do you think all this here might be human activity rather than just geology?
I'm sure it is. When you look at the detail, some of the ditches are on the same alignment as the fort, but others are clearly on a differing alignment. What I think we may have is an earlier settlement and that the fort has been slapped on top of it.
Naomi? Yeah? You've got a little bit of bone here. Presume that's animal bone. I think there's, is that some kind of butchery mark on
That's
it?
definitely a butchery mark. It's a rib from a large mammal, such as like a horse or a cow. So yeah, evidence of butchery.
The good news is we've found evidence there was human activity next to the fort. The bad news is we don't know when. Though it looks like we might be getting a date from the river. So what do you think, Meg?
It's wooden, but it's not got that many rings in it. There's only about 30 in this piece, and I need 50 plus.
So can you do anything with it?
Not with this one, but we're going to try and sample more of the timbers that's down there.
If you do find a piece that's got 50 or more rings in, will you be able to date it for us before the end of our 3 days?
Yes, if I can find the right sample.
Meanwhile, I don't know what John had with his cornflakes this morning, but he's already finished geophysics in this field. We were hoping he might pick up traces of any roads running down to meet our bridges.
There's your bridge, Ben, cutting through here. There's no sign in my data of a sort of road going on a north-south alignment. I mean, clearly we've got lots of responses. We've got these very, very strong ditch-like responses, but there, in the middle of the field there, where the sheep are, we've not gone quite as far as your bridge yet, Phil, but at the moment, we're not really answering all the questions.
I'm not quite so worried. This is good stuff. There's great anomalies there. Maybe this is a roadside ditch. It's just that the road has to curve round to take this steep incline down to the river.
So, even though there's no trace of one, Ben's convinced there is a road here somewhere. So we're going to open a third trench to try and find it. Not that we're clutching at straws. Back in Phil's trench, there's no sign of any road. But he has made a remarkable discovery.
I've got this fragment of skull in there. Is this a grave? I just need your confirmation. That is human.
Yeah, that's no problem. Just by looking at it, you've got this nice uniform thickness. And that is just screaming at me, that is definitely human.
Because look, what else I found? I was just...
Aha!
Look, that's a piece of a very small shell bracelet.
That is lovely.
Stuart thinks he's found another road running down to Ben's bridge back on the other side.
This is getting really exciting from my point of view because what we're seeing is a link back to Stannick's Hill Fort, which is 3 kilometres down the road. Biggest Iron Age hill fort in this part of the world, major tribal centre. It's 320 hectares. It's a huge, huge site. But the really interesting thing that relates to is this routeway. It links Stannick's right down to Piercebridge here and heads towards where we've got the string line across the river and where there are some timbers in the riverbed.
So there's an outside chance that the piles themselves are prehistoric and not Roman.
It would be really nice if they were, wouldn't it? I mean, that'd be marvellous.
This is terrific. John may have picked up Deer Street on Geophys. Now Stuart reckons he's identified an older prehistoric road running all the way up to Ben's Bridge here. So is the bridge also prehistoric? To answer that, we need a tree ring date. Though poor old Mick looks like he's still struggling.
The problem is, I float rather, and I can't get down deep enough to cut it. So I'm going to bring my stunt double in here, Bob. So Bob's going to have to go in there and do it. So basically, I need to get as low as you possibly can.
Further downstream, we're getting more fantastic finds. Wait.
Oh, boy.
Oh, let's have a look. Oh.
Gee, yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? What do you think that is precisely?
Oh, well, we've got a very nice copper alloy pin there, bronze to you and me, but it must be a hairpin of some description. Look, there's a little sort of piercing through the middle. But with this glass bead on the end. I think this is interesting about this is it means women. It must mean women.
Yeah.
And of course the Roman army is followed around by all sorts of women. Some wives, but also women of certain reputations only too happy to help those soldiers spend their earnings.
Stuart, where does all this water come from?
Well, from the river, obviously.
Yes, thank you very much.
No, this river goes, we've got a 30-mile run that way, right up into the mountains and moorlands in Cumbria. It might only rain for half an hour here, but it's been raining for 2 or 3 days up there. It comes in literally waves, it builds up in torrents. And it's not just the power of the water that erodes the banks and bridges, it's the boulders and cobbles it brings with it. There's loads of them deposited down there, they're that big. Can you imagine them hitting the bridge, weakens the structure? After a while, you're going to get sick of repairing these timber bridges and so on. So let's build a nice big stone pier bridge over there that's going to last for generations. That's why you have to kind of react to that sort of power of the river.
The divers who invited us here gave us 2 objectives, didn't they? One was to sort out the bridges, or the remnants of them, which we found in the river. But the other was to solve the mystery of all these finds in the river. Are we going to be able to meet those objectives?
I think we're nearly there. We've got a bit more work to do up on the banks, and then, you know, hopefully that will give us more... I'm confident it will give us more of an idea about what's actually going on in the river.
It might not be a raging torrent, but the strength of the current makes working out here far too dangerous. It's frustrating, certainly, but it does at least demonstrate the destructive power of the river, which we decided last night must have undermined the north bank here, causing a great chunk of the cliff to collapse into the water, taking part of the Roman town with it. It's hard to imagine a more dramatic episode in the history of Piercebridge. Hang on, this is disastrous. If we can't get dates from the bridges, we've got no chance of telling the story of this place. On top of that, our radar survey hasn't worked either.
And the problem is that there's so many big boulders down there that the energy's hitting those, it's bouncing back up off them, and we're not getting the penetration that would answer that question.
Right, so it's the energy of the radar as well, but this is about the energy of the river as well. It's transported all those boulders, strewn them across the bottom, and it's stopped us from looking at the archaeology.
That's it, yeah.
It looks like the mystery of the bridges will remain unresolved, although there is one small glimmer of hope up on the escarpment. So you've just about finished here, haven't you?
Yes, we have. I mean, we've found what we came to look for. We've got our Roman road, Deer Street.
It's really vivid in the landscape there, isn't it?
It looks fantastic, doesn't it? And actually, we also have our ditches on the other side. So we've got one there and one coming in over there as well.
And of course, this street, Deer Street, goes slap bang to our middle bridge, doesn't it?
Exactly, and that's what must date it, because that's when the Romans conquer the north.
So give us a date.
The big Roman push into the north is in the 70s and early 80s AD.
Terrific, we've found Deer Street. Better still, it lines up exactly with our middle bridge here. So we think they must have been constructed at the same time, in the late 1st century AD. As soon as you walk onto this field, you know there was something big, important and Roman here. The ground's littered with box tile, roof tile, high-status pottery and countless other classic examples of Roman occupation. It's no wonder that over the last century this site has been surveyed, field-walked and written about many times. But it's only been dug once, in the 1920s, when an amateur archaeologist called Samuel Winbolt identified it as the site of a station, an official complex of buildings used by the great and the good as they journeyed up and down the country. We may disagree with Winbolt about his description of the Mancio as an officer's quarters, but this classics teacher was a very good archaeologist for his time, and locking his results into the landscape and re-evaluating his work will give us a great start.
Ah! Oh, what's that?
What is it?
That's the trouble, we don't know what the quality of the floor was that Winbolt said he found. I mean, if it was a nice floor, or whether it was just these broken up bits of tile.
But the archaeologists have also identified a second target. Winbolt's records describe the Mancio as being surrounded by massive enclosure ditches. And Neil's keen to investigate these as soon as possible, because when it comes to getting dates for a site, ditches are an archaeologist's best friend.
I mean, I wonder, as a first starter for 10, whether this isn't actually going to be the natural bedrock In which case, our building, and I think we can start to talk about a building because there's just so much demolition rubble. It's all tile, bits of tiles and what have you. That's in there. The other thing I like about it, that edge, look at it. It's exactly at 90 degrees to the Roman road.
Yeah.
I like the look of that.
But it's a bit early to break out the champagne. We may have our first piece of Mancio, but we don't know what piece it is or how it might help John decipher his abundant geophys results. To be honest, we don't even know which part of Windbolt's excavation this is. Only time and a lot more digging will tell how this small wall line fits into the bigger picture of Roman Alfoldean, a settlement that stretched along both sides of Stane Street.
Ah, now we're talking.
So is this the natural ear then, this stuff?
That's it. So that's the outside of the site. So we now know where we are.
Over in Trench 2, Rackshar and Matt have located the Mancio's enclosure ditches, or at least one of the ditches. Well, to be more precise, they found one side of one ditch. Why have you extended this?
Well, because we couldn't find an edge. You see, we thought the edge of the ditch was going to be about here, Tony.
Hang on, let's have a look over here. So this is...
See how soft that is? That's really soft, isn't it?
Yeah, let me get my trowel into that, no problem.
Yeah.
So this is fill. We're on top of a ditch here, and we couldn't find the edge of the ditch where we thought it should be.
It's that?
Absolutely.
It is this?
Yeah. So this is the actual natural undisturbed bedrock.
Yeah.
So we can work our way back the trench that way.
The problem is, the geophys results suggest that each ditch is at least 4 metres wide and possibly up to 4 metres deep. We'll be lucky to get to the bottom of them by the end of day 3. The size of these ditches and the half-kilometre of settlement geophys are now investigating shows Alfoldean was a major focus of Roman activity in West Sussex. About 11 o'clock this morning, Neil decided to put a tiny little discreet trench in here to see if he could find the ditch which would have once gone round the Mancio. But he couldn't see it, so he extended the trench, then he extended it again, then you extended it again and again. Was all this work really necessary?
Oh, totally, Tony. Look, here is the ditch.
Hooray!
Look, it's very soft fill, very black, full of fines. Now, just behind Ratcher, we get a change. Ratcher, can you just point out where we see the change in the earth?
Yeah, this is the lighter colour. The ditch is actually cutting into this. It's going down that way.
So one edge of the ditch there, and another ditch just there.
Where does that go to?
Well, who knows? I mean, perhaps over about as far as here.
So we're going to extend back to here as well?
We'll see how time goes. But come this way, Tony, because this is really interesting. So think one ditch, think 2 ditches.
Yeah.
And then look, here we have, look at, very different. Yellowy clay. This must be the rampart bank inside the 2 outer ditches.
In this trench, we've got this wonderful floor, which for the first time in this trench means we've got intact archaeology.
Do you reckon this looks classy enough to be the officers' quarters?
Well, it's what Wimble called the officers' quarters, but forget the officers' quarters. You know, he's living in a fantasy world. This is part of the Mancio. This must be part of what he referred to as the pink corridor. So we know more or less where we are, but tomorrow the real challenge is going to actually work out the exact plan of the Mancio, because that will be a real achievement.
Or not. Just as we prepare for a manic afternoon of trenching, the heavens open and the clear wall lines of the Mancio and the obvious circularity of the circular feature disappear under a sea of muddy clay. Phil, we've dug in much worse weather than this, and even when everyone else has packed up, we've had to prise you out of the trench. So how come you've stopped?
It's so simple, it's a geology.
What do you mean?
Well, this ground here has just got so much clay in it that as soon as it starts to rain, it just puddles up. There's just no way it's going to drain away.
We've hatched a plan to buy us a few extra hours digging on this rain-sodden site. We're going to cover Phil's trench with this tent and use a digger to expose clean, dry archaeology in Miles's trench. Unfortunately, the conditions in the ditch trench make it too dangerous to dig, so at most we've only one more day to get to the bottom of it. But although we still don't have a date for these defences, Stuart thinks he now knows why they were constructed.
This is about control. If you want to go up and down this road, you have to go in one gate, out the other gate and over a bridge. It's about Roman imperial taxation. It was a way of easily generating revenue to support the army. In fact, I'm just quoting from some original sources here where regulations for taxes per capita. For each slave, 1.5 denarius for a horse, mare, jackass, mule, donkey, ox, half a denarius, and so on. If it moved, they taxed it. In effect, those defensive earthworks are it's like a big bonded warehouse, if you can put it like that.
Bridget, what have you done with the circularity?
It seems to have disappeared altogether.
Yeah.
When the machine is clearing back, we'll be able to see the features very clearly. But of course, now we've got rain again.
Yeah.
Water starts pooling, and it just is phasing it out again. And you can see these guys out here working in it. We've got to get them out because it's just too
Yeah,
wet
they're
and
churning everything up, aren't they? Yeah, I think we ought to call it a day.
But it's not completely doom and gloom. Geophys have gallantly continued to survey this large waterlogged site, and John thinks a clear picture of Alfoldean's development is beginning to emerge. But it's getting late, so time to swap the cold, wet misery of the site for the cold, wet comfort of a pint. It was a frustrating afternoon.
Oh, very frustrating. This morning was going so well. And I thought, yeah, we can now see the walls. It can match it to John's geophysics. We're actually getting a plan of the Mancio. You know, we got the site on the run, but yeah, we've been held up for sure. What do you think, John?
Well, I think if we take one of these strong anomalies that I think is probably a pit, and then we'll hopefully get some dating evidence.
Yeah, and we can compare pottery from that with material from the ditch, from the bank, and from the Mancio. To build up a picture of how this site developed over time.
Are we actually going to be able to get inside the Mancio?
Oh, for sure. By tomorrow night, we'll know what a Roman bedroom in a hotel looks like.
Over the past 3 days, it's been a mausoleum, a Romano-British roundhouse, and then he lost it completely.
Miles, is it still here?
It's come back again. My circularity has returned. We've got what looks like the circular gully swinging right the way around the trench. So I still like the idea of that being a half, that sort of burning area in the middle, and this being a circle all around it.
But it's all Roman.
Yeah, it's all Romano-British.
So it looks like Miles's early suspicions were right. This is a Romano-British roundhouse built by the locals and part of the original settlement that was here when the Mancio was built. But this trench refuses to be straightforward.
There's a complicating factor in that just outside that circular feature, Ian's found a series of other pits. What have you got down there, Ian?
I've got a broken, but it appears to be fairly complete pot, just there.
What's just the outline?
God, I can see that, yeah. So that's the whole diameter of it, isn't it, there?
It looks like most of the pot. I mean, that's the fabric.
And you've got that sort of New Forest indented beaker.
I mean, that's useful, isn't it? Because that probably is going to be sort of 3rd century AD. So again, it shows the activity here outside the enclosure is contemporary with what's going on inside the enclosure. It's not earlier, it's contemporary.
We're also at last getting near to a story for the ditches that were at some point dug to separate and, we presume, protect the Mancio from the rest of the settlement.
Yep, here it is. You can see this huge, thick yellow clay of the rampart.
Yeah.
You can see this brown stuff here.
Yeah.
That's an earlier ground surface, and the rampart has been slapped straight on top of it.
Yeah, and this is the stuff that's coming from under the rampart.
This is the stuff that's been sealed by the bank.
It's just what we've been wanting, isn't it?
This is a classic piece of archaeological dating. Because when these ditches were dug into the clay, the spoil was used to build a large rampart, sealing any finds on the ground surface underneath.
Does look as though we got the corridor as we first thought. What we didn't know was that it was going to turn through 90 degrees and go that way.
So this is actually the internal southeast corner of the building.
Exactly.
And the whole of the south range now we can sort of plot from behind us.
Precisely. You're in the corridor, I'm in the courtyard.
We're now getting an idea of just how impressive John's results are. Because with the help of the archaeology, we can filter out much of the noise on his original geophys to give us this. The actual floor plan of the Alfoldean Mancio. An impressive 2-storey coaching inn, complete with its bathhouse. and at the heart of a complex with paddocks, stables, and all the other services a traveller would have expected. And we're now standing in one of the bedrooms. Right, I'm a weary traveller at the end of the day. I've pulled up into the Mansio. What do I get for my money?
You're a very important person, Tony. You would get a room to yourself, I'm sure. Good sized room, in your cum, imagine your bed, perhaps a brazier if it's cold in winter, warm your hands, chest. You could then go out, perhaps have your dinner in the dining room, have a bath, and maybe a few alternative attractions, perhaps a few girls or something like that.
Fantastic. Did everybody get a room on their own?
Almost certainly not. I think it would have depended on your status. I mean, some of these rooms you could easily fit a number of bunk beds in, so you could be literally sleeping with 10 goat herds or something like that.
No, I'm high status.
Sorry, you'll have a single goat herd.
What's that?
This place lasted 150 years. Imagine how many people must have walked through the doors looking for a good night's sleep and a warm bath and a decent meal. There'd have been Roman soldiers and administrators and tax collectors and British traders all wandering through the rooms, admiring the mosaics, eating their food off the fine Samian ware and charging up their batteries for another day's journey down Stane Street. And quite frankly, after 3 pretty gruelling days in some fairly horrendous weather conditions, all of us will be only too glad to get back to the 21st century version of the Mansio just as soon as we finished our feast. Utrecht in the Netherlands was once on the northern frontier of the Roman Empire, which at one time extended from Hadrian's Wall in Scotland all the way across to the Black Sea. In the Netherlands, the frontier followed the course of the River Rhine, which was the main supply route used to get goods and soldiers out to Britain, the island on the very edge of the known world. Amazingly, much of that story is preserved here, in the waterlogged soils on the outskirts of Utrecht, even though the River Rhine itself now flows further to the south. In advance of one of the biggest building projects in Europe, archaeologists have been given the chance to investigate before some 30,000 new houses completely cover this area. This picture is based on their fantastic discoveries so far, which include Roman watchtowers, forts, and the frontier road, all built alongside the River Rhine.
I mean, you've had some fantastically preserved stuff here, haven't you?
Yeah, why do you need us? You've done a great job.
Well, after a couple of years of Roman archaeology, we're still left with a few problems we hope to solve.
Have you got time with the building work?
Well,
if it's almost on top of you.
To be honest, it's the last round of Roman archaeology.
Right.
The building is getting close.
Yeah.
OK, so we haven't got very long. What are the things that you want us to resolve for you?
Well, we've got this Zandveld site. We've got a collection of amateur finds and some trial trenches in the neighbourhood, suggesting a military site, but we're not sure, really.
You said 2 problems.
Yeah, there's not a problem over here. That's a river bench. We excavated one ship, a Roman ship, a couple of years ago. But now, after that one was excavated, we discovered another one, and it's still there. So we want to know the date of this ship.
So you didn't excavate?
We didn't excavate. It's still there. It's over there, just a couple of meters down there.
None of us can quite believe it. Buried just 2 meters under here is an intact Roman boat. So where's the pointy bit, the prow?
Well, we've found one end of the ship somewhere over here. And, well, we expect it to be running 30 meters in that direction.
30 metres? What, I mean, in other words, it goes right through those trees then?
Well, deep down under, really. I mean, it's going down very steep in that direction.
Eric, I mean, look at this. This is so dry. What makes you think it's still going to be well preserved in the ground?
Well, I hope it still is. I mean, it was there 2 years ago when with the same conditions. I mean, it's waterlogged, really. You have the groundwater table is, well, this deep, I guess,
Right.
at the moment.
We've got to find it first, haven't we?
So let's get...
We know it's here, mate. And look, we've got a digger. Let's use it.
Let's get started.
Eric and Hera discovered the boat 2 years ago, but only had time to expose a fraction of it. Essentially, our goal is to find out how old it is, and personally, I can't wait to get my first glimpse of a genuine Roman boat. But we're also going to try to help sort out what was going on at the Zandveld site that was further along the river. Eric and Hera discovered a Roman watchtower in this area, but because of pottery finds in this field, they think there may be a small Roman fort here too. They're hoping Geophyz might be able to locate it for them. Roman forts on this frontier were built within half a day's march of each other, and several have been excavated. The dig here at Alphen Fort turned up many well-preserved Roman coins like this one, which tell a story in themselves. It had been assumed that the forts were built by Emperor Claudius on his way to successfully conquer Britain in 43 AD. But surprisingly, the coins have revealed that it was the Emperor Caligula who fortified the supply route to Britain a few years earlier.
There was a massive amount of Caligulan coins, nearly 400 of them, which is very impressive. And in my opinion, the whole fort dates to 40-41 AD.
So what might Caligula have been doing here?
He was the third Roman emperor. He only reigned for 4 years, from 37 to 41. He was extremely keen to emulate the great military achievements of his father, Germanicus, who was a general who fought up here very successfully along the Rhine. The only trouble was that Caligula was slightly demented and a bit of a murderous megalomaniac. So, although he planned to invade Britain and he got all the preparations up and running here, he ended up deciding that he was going to conquer the sea, and he did that by telling his soldiers to go and take seashells away from the sea.
So he just turned around and went back to Rome?
That's basically what he did.
With the seashells?
Yes. And, of course, the Roman populace was not terribly impressed by this great military victory, and he was assassinated, but he did leave behind him all the preparations for an invasion of Britain.
But this Caligulan coin has more to tell, because it's been counterstamped with the Emperor Claudius's name.
It reads Tiberius Claudius Imperator. He puts his name on Caligula's coins because after his death, as Guy told us, his name was cursed, his coins were no longer valid, and by putting his name on them, Claudius made them valid again, so to say.
So does this imply that these forts weren't just used for Caligula's failed invasion, but for Claudius's successful one as well?
Exactly. Caligula had made all the preparations for an invasion. If you'd come here in around the year 43, you would have seen thousands of troops and all the equipment, the barges and the boats ready for an invasion of Britain, just like the lead up to D-Day in 1944. And of course, those soldiers had to be paid. 3 out of the 4 legions used for invading Britain came from the garrisons along the Rhine. So that's 15,000 men alone.
We actually know that?
We know that for a fact.
But proving the case for a fort at the Zandveld site is not going to be easy.
But our problem, you see, Tony, is that on that side of the ditch over there, there's going to be a lot of dumping of material in the next few weeks.
Yeah, we've got a few weeks left, actually.
So we want to look there to see what these Roman finds were that were found earlier.
Yeah.
On this side, both of these fields are scheduled, but we're only allowed 1 trench. So we've geophysicked in this field, and we're going to geophysick in that field, but we don't want to take a decision on where to dig until we've got both lots done.
So do we just have to sit twiddling our thumbs until geophysics has been done?
No, we can start on that trench the other side.
Excellent. So, as the first trench gets underway at the Zandveld site, I'm going to check how Phil's getting on locating our Roman boat. Phil?
Yo!
Is this stuff what Eric's guys laid down last time?
Yeah, this is the polythene that's directly on top of the boat.
This plastic sheet was put down to keep the moisture in the soil and help preserve the boat until this excavation could happen.
There she is.
Look at that. Oh, look at that.
Can I come in, Phil?
Yeah, come and have a look at this. I mean, look at that. You can't. Look at that. I mean, listen to that. That's as solid as rock, isn't it? Eh? Super. Yeah.
Wow.
Come on, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
I certainly am. I mean, that could have been in the ground for 5 years, couldn't it?
But you know, it's been there for 2,000 years.
Extraordinary.
Incredible, isn't it, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty of it. It's not just a piece of wood. You know it is actually a boat. I mean, somebody's actually seen it. They know it's a boat. But there's just so much we don't know about it.
At this rate, we'll have it in the water again by Friday. The boat that Eric and Hera have already excavated was found just a short distance away and is of the same type as the one we're digging. It means that we know our boat should look something like this. This is a Zamadam-type river barge, named after the place where they were first discovered. These flat-bottom barges were used by the army and independent traders to move cargoes along the River Rhine. Most, like this one, have been dated to the 2nd century AD. But according to Eric, our boat could be significantly earlier, which would get the archaeologists really excited. The preservation of the wood here in the Netherlands is so exceptional that Mick has sneaked off to see some of the special finds discovered in the waterlogged soils.
What's this in here then?
It looks a bit
This
like
post was once part of a Roman watchtower, a structure that would have looked like this when it was built around 62 AD. Not only is this post the best preserved in the world, but it also has something written on it.
For example, here you have the I.
Right.
Here is the T.
Yeah.
And here is the A.
That's
the funny
just
thing is
incredible.
that they made it
Yeah.
and they just erected the post and filled it, so it was not visible.
Yeah. And what about this lot here?
We're talking about watchtowers. You know,
Yeah.
we have these ideas of soldiers standing on guard on these watchtowers.
Yeah.
But you know, in front of their watchtower, there was a river.
I was going to say, these look like fish traps to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
These, in fact, are eel traps found in front of one of the watchtowers, and something like 1,950 years old.
the eel entering this little thing here, the tunnel, swimming through here, entering the basket, you know, swimming around, eating the bait.
Yeah.
Here were some little twigs here, but I couldn't get out. And to hold it on, you know, on place in the riverbed, they put a lot of things inside.
I was going to say, it looks like Roman tile in that one. And
this one is
was
even
it
better.
brick and
This
tile here.
Roof tiles, that one, you know.
Just to weight it down.
Yes, to weight it down. This one has such a fine little twigs. Look at these. I like this one the most because it's so beautiful made.
And the preservation of the boat looks to be just as good. Phil, that piece of wood must be at least a metre below the bit that you found.
I know, but the main thing is we've now got the bottom of it, and you can see, look, there's the join between two of the planks, and it comes through underneath this main rib.
There's a heck of a lot of it there,
I
isn't
know.
there? Could we have the whole of the boat here, Jaap?
No, one of the ends of the ship is missing. We don't know if it's the fore or the aft, but it's above the groundwater table and completely gone, and it only left a soil mark. But
So
here
all
it's-
this is stuff that that you've exposed before?
Yes,
OK, so when do we get to stuff that's new archaeology?
in an hour.
Wow. Which bit?
The bit just under the feet of Phil.
So you literally dug down one side of the
Yeah,
ship. It was a
and only
boat,
a part of the
but
side.
you never saw the whole thing
No,
right the way across.
Phil, what's that lump just below this new piece of wood?
Well, we've got one here, and one there, and another one there.
These are big chunks of volcanic rock, and Jaap reckons they've fallen into the boat from the riverbank. Surprisingly, there's no natural stone in the Netherlands, and it appears that the Romans shipped in basalt rocks from Germany to try and stop the river eroding the road along the frontier. Over at the Zandveld site, the news isn't good. The geophys survey hasn't revealed anything that looks obviously like a Roman fort. Worse still, having decided to investigate this intriguing blob on the plot, our one and only trench allowed in this area has revealed what looks like modern rubbish.
It's copper. It's a can, really, but particular strange form. What's it?
No, that's not ferrous, so
That
I'm not
wouldn't
seeing
explain.
that. No,
that wouldn't explain your signal.
But the bit of wire could.
Of course, there could be more here than just bits of wire. There could be Roman finds deeper down in this trench, and we'll find out tomorrow. But there is some positive news from this site, because Rakshaw's trench, put in here outside the scheduled area, has found some Roman pottery to compare with these pieces that were found here some time ago.
That's a piece of 1st century stuff, isn't it? Flavian. You know, these two pieces tell me straight away we've got two totally different dates, haven't we? That's well on into the 2nd century. That's perhaps up to 100 years later. And that flagon. This all screams Roman army to me, doesn't it? This quality of assemblage.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few hundred pieces of pottery, and normally, if you have a native site, you would have expected 30–40% of handmade ware.
Right.
And there's nothing.
No.
I mean, not a single piece.
What about the stuff you found, Raksha?
Well,
I found quite a lot over quite a long date range. There's this.
Oh yeah.
So same in-
Another first century piece, very distinctive. What about that?
we have
All right,
that.
more of the white flagons.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we do have something here that Eric and I are very excited about.
Well, it's an ordinary plain Samian cup, but it's got writing on it.
Not just that, though.
I think I have a little present for you.
Is it the same one?
Try this one.
It's the same one, isn't it? Yes, it is. Goes together,
There you
doesn't it? Yeah. We've got a whole word there, scratched on there. We've got C-C-E. That's a cursive form of E with 2 vertical strokes. P-T-U-S, acceptus. And if there was an A, it's been rubbed off.
Yeah.
And that must mean the accepted one. So I wonder if that's the name of somebody who lived here.
Must be.
Unless it's just saying it's not a reject. And then there's another AVG, org, underneath. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, this points to military present, I would say.
Yeah, reading and writing. There's always far more of that on a Roman military site. Out here, in these remote provinces, like Britain and on the Rhineland. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
So, we're not giving up at the Zandveld site just yet. But right now, as we reach the end of the day, I have to admit that my attention's focused completely on our Roman boat.
In fact, what you here see is the top of this plank, the upper plank.
That's that one there.
Yeah, that one there.
So what we've got is the full height of the boat in the trench.
Yes.
Normally, when we excavate anything Roman, it comes out of the ground looking pretty ancient and bedraggled. But this is completely different. Look at the angle of this boat. It's like it was moored here yesterday. And the quality of that timber, it could have been cut last spring.
It's fantastically well preserved, isn't it?
It doesn't look ancient at all, does it? It's modern.
No.
And that's just at the end of day one. I can't imagine what this is going to look like tomorrow. Beginning of day 2 here in Utrecht in the Netherlands, which used to be part of the northern frontier of the Roman Empire. And we're looking at 2 sites, a mystery military one over there, and this huge trench here in which there's a Roman boat which is coming out looking, in my eyes, really modern and pristine. Except last night I had a moment of panic. Suppose it is modern and pristine and not Roman at all. Yeah. There are no Roman finds associated with that boat. I haven't seen any Roman graffiti on the sides of it. And dating this stuff must be really difficult. Is it Roman? How do we know?
Dating it now, without general chronology, the constructional features of the ship points toward a typical Roman boat. For instance, the transition from bottom to sides with one L-shaped piece of wood, like half a dugout, for instance. That's typical Rome.
Are there any other kinds of boat apart from Roman ones that have that same kind of build?
No.
Well, that's a relief, isn't it? But I had to ask.
I can't believe how beautiful that is.
It's nice.
That is absolutely just.
And they took all the bark off the knee, so everything is worked.
Everything, it is, isn't it?
We're digging a Roman river barge, and it's got to be the best preserved structure we've ever seen. It's only a pity that 3/4 of it is buried too deep for us to get at on this dig. This boat's on a steep angle, and one end's some 6 metres below ground, too deep even for geophys to detect with radar. This dig is all about exposing a 5-metre section of the barge that will allow the experts to find out exactly how old it is. Shocking, I know, especially as we haven't revealed the full width of the boat yet. But I'm assured it can all be pieced back together again. Apparently, they need to take quite a few samples in order to get a dendro date, and we'll find out more about that later. Mapping the changing course of the river has been crucial in developing an understanding of the frontier. But as you might imagine, the archaeology is a tad complicated in places. This is especially true at the other site we're digging here at Zandveld. Eric and Hera's excavations found the corner posts of a Roman watchtower built beside the river in the 1st century. But 100 years later, the river had shifted, and pottery finds in this area suggested a bigger Roman presence, something like a small fort, may have been built here in the 2nd century. Sadly, the 2 trenches we've dug here haven't found any structural evidence of a fort.
So is that the story of this trench, do you think, that it's mainly medieval features?
I think so.
So we've got nothing sort of Roman in here that we need to take
We've got some
notice
Roman
of, really.
debris, you know, like little sherds or little
Yeah.
pieces of roof tiling. But
Yeah.
I think we have to declare this trench Roman empty. It's nothing there.
Right.
There's little more we can do here, except to say that if there is a fort on this site, it doesn't occupy a very big area. Henry's been creating a 3D model to analyse the frontier system. Essentially, the forts and watchtowers here weren't just about guarding the frontier, but were carefully positioned to control movement along the River Rhine.
I think the important thing is to realise that it's not only a military corridor. All the forts here depend on their supplies to be brought in from outside.
Right.
And these supplies are coming up from Switzerland and later on from Britain. This is the corridor that takes the trade to Scandinavia and to France. So this is the motorway of Europe. Every bit of heavy traffic has to go on this river. So we're basically protecting the motorway of Europe here.
That's it, that's it. Yeah, and here you have the patrol system that goes with it. I mean, look at the chain of watchtowers.
But I don't understand that. When it's such a flat landscape, why can't you just make do with one if you're just trying to watch that area of the river? Why do you need so many?
Because you can't actually see in a river area like that. If you're on the boat, you need to know where the next bend comes and you need to know where you're heading, especially in a system like this where you have several branches at the same time. So they're way markers, but they're also the ones that stop pirates getting through. They need to be higher up to see further ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is there's somewhere between sort of traffic lights or maybe like lighthouses, something like that.
Yeah.
Damien, you don't do suspense, do you?
Well, no. I mean, oh, wait a minute. That's fantastic.
Look at that.
Oh, that is a bit. God, that is a bit nice, isn't it?
Some size, isn't it?
I tell you what, when you see that against the other one that we've just looked at, that has got to be twice the size of
Something
the one
like that, yeah. I mean, you're talking about twice the capacity at least, twice the volume of cargo.
And what amazes me too is the condition of the timbers. The timbers are every bit as good condition as what we've seen today, aren't they?
Yeah.
And the size of them too.
What's your first thoughts?
Well, it's fantastic. I mean, we should be finding these things in England. We're not, so we have to come here to find them.
They'd have had them in England?
Well, I think it's likely. We've got lots of Roman ports. We've done a lot of work in Roman port excavation, especially in London. We've got seagoing ships of the period of Dominion 140 AD-ish, and we haven't found the river barges. We've got dugout boats, we've got seagoing ships, and we're missing this link. This is a missing link.
And now, after a hard day's digging, we're beginning to see the details of this boat. Phil's first question, though, is fairly basic. Do we now know which end we're digging?
I think there is 80% chance that we now know what end of the ship it is. For the masthead would be on a quarter of the length of the ship, seen from the
front end.
From the front end.
Yeah.
So does that mean it would be in here?
It would necessarily be in this trench.
If it was the front end.
So we can say 80% certain that this end is the stern.
Yes.
The back end of the ship, yeah.
That is amazing.
Disappointingly, there doesn't appear to be a cabin at the back of this barge, but it seems our experts have spotted something that makes this boat rather special.
It's peculiar to see a joining of planks, at least from the bottom planks, with a mortise and tenon joint, which is typical for the Mediterranean.
I was going to say,
so you're saying, hang on a minute, it's in the bottom planking that the joint
in the bottom planking.
Oh my God, that is unusual.
They're not saying more at the moment, but they've promised to explain tomorrow. Tomorrow's also the day when these wood samples will be analysed, and we'll find out if the date of this boat's also special. Right now, it could be the drink that's talking, but the experts seem genuinely excited. Yap said to me about 5 minutes ago that every archaeologist says that their latest dig is unique, but that this boat really is unique. Cheers, Phil. And hopefully, somewhere under that mud tomorrow, we're going to find out why. Do you want a beer? Come on then. Beginning of day 3 here in the Netherlands, on the old northern frontier of the Roman Empire. And one of the downsides of being here is that we can't show you more of this very beautiful country, because guess where Time Team are digging? Right in the middle of a building site. I don't think the archaeologists are even aware we're on a building site. Their eyes are transfixed on the perfectly preserved Roman barge we're digging. And today's the big day when we'll find out most about it. But first, there's still a bit more boat to reveal.
Morning, Phil. How are you getting on? Oh, absolutely excellent. It really is something else down here.
It's looking very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually now got the full width of it now.
Oh, so this is the other side in front of it?
Yeah, and it's the full height of it, so we got the full profile. Right. And I mean, since I've been working here, you just really get that sense of being in a boat. Yeah. It's quite incredible.
I notice you're digging with a different implement, you know. This is not your normal trowel.
But you see, the normal trowel is never far away, is it?
I mean, what's that you're using?
Well, it's a kitchen spatula.
Oh, right,
It's wooden, you see.
This is what, to save damage in the wood, presumably?
That's right. The other favourite tool is your hands. And then, of course, to get it really clean, you sponge it down.
What's this thing behind you that looks like a sort of, I don't know, looks like a fence post or something?
Well, we've been calling it the mast, but we ain't really but we ain't serious about that.
Right. Well, it does look rather round and straight.
Yeah, but there's a good archaeological reason why it's not.
Not the mast?
No, well, you see, we got those big blocks of basalt.
Oh, yeah, these are the things we were fetching out yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, Jack was saying he thinks that they actually tumble in from the bank. And they've actually tumbled down across the base of the boat.
Right, yeah.
Well, now you see, there you've got basalt down there, but this pole is actually on top of the basalt. So if the basalt's got nothing to do with the boat, this certainly hasn't.
So you think perhaps it's a tree stump or something?
Yeah,
like
just something that has just settled in, and I suppose as the water level's gone, it's settled against the side of the boat.
Yeah. Oh, wow, yes, that's rather good, isn't it?
This is a model of Demern 1, the other Roman barge already excavated in this area. Jaap's brought it in to point out some of the differences with our boat.
As you can see, the general constructional elements are the same, but on the other hand, this ship is 2.5 meters wide, and the ship we are excavating now was at least 4 meters 80.
Wow!
Almost twice.
So does that make you think that the boat we're digging was actually longer than this one?
It's longer, but it's not twice as long. I think it's in between 30 or 35 meters long originally, and I think more towards 35 than towards 30.
These barges were the lorries of their day and the only cost-effective way of transporting goods, some 20 times cheaper than going by road. As I understand it, these barges help to transport all kinds of Roman goods heading through to Britain. But I'm not sure exactly how the supply system worked.
What we have over there, what we've been looking at, is part of the river truck part of that journey, if you like. Utilitarian boats carrying bulk cargoes down the Rhine of all kinds, some of which were things like wine and so on later on that came over to Britain. And you had at least 2 different types of boat involved in that. The low, flat vessels like we've got out there, and then big, much rounder vessels. And I know Victor's been working on a couple of drawings here.
A 35-metre-long barge like ours would never make it across the North Sea, and the goods would be transferred to a seagoing ship like this. This particular ship, Blackfriars 1, was found in the River Thames in the 1960s. It's possible, in fact, that the goods were transferred from boat to ship here at Utrecht.
The name Utrecht means trajectum, which means the crossing point. People assume sometimes it just means crossing from one side of the river to the other, but it can also mean crossing from the river system into the sea.
And then, do they cross straight over from Utrecht to Britain?
Not quite. It is easier to sail down along the coast into the delta.
This is down here somewhere?
Down here where the big islands are, yes.
It's near the modern ferry ports of places like Vlissingen and Flushing.
And it's basically from there over you get a good sailing straight into the Thames estuary.
Yesterday, Jaap hinted that he'd seen things in this boat that make it a unique discovery. and now he plans to show Phil exactly what he meant by that. He's been busy sticking yellow pins into these planks to indicate where they've been fastened, using a mortise and tenon joint like this, a technique that's never been seen before in any of the Roman boats found here.
So what you're saying then, that these timbers are not merely joined to these, but they're joined
together.
through there
Yes.
by a piece of timber.
Yeah, really.
And these yellow pegs mark the pegs that actually seal the joint together.
Yeah, that's true, yes.
That explains why you get pairs of them against the joint.
What is actually the point of using mortise and tenon on a boat?
Well, because it makes the otherwise weak bottom, you see how distorted it is here, it's not a very strong construction, and it makes all the planks held together, and so they don't move like that easily, so they're less likely to leak. It makes the bottom stronger and tighter.
So far we have excavated approximately 15 ships from this type. It's the first time we see a mortise and tenon technique to join the planks. Normally the planks are held in place by quite a lot of iron nails through the floors. They probably used local people to make the aisles, the L-shaped pieces of wood, chaps that were normally making dugouts. Those people were not used to have joined planks, and the Romans explained how to join planks.
So you
together.
think this is a very early example of a Rhine barge?
It should be, but maybe
Possibly
we learn
one of the
more about
earliest.
it by the dendrodating.
So, Damien, in a sort of scale of 1 to 10, where on earth does this boat rate in terms of importance?
Oh, it's 11.
It's
It's 11 because it's throwing all the accepted ideas up in the air.
It's that important.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
oh yeah, oh
It
yeah.
really is.
So important, in fact, that we need to take the chainsaw to it again. Apparently, we need more samples to analyse in order to find out precisely how old this barge is. This is done by a process known as dendrodating. In simple terms, this means analysing the tree rings or growth patterns in the wood and matching the patterns with other ancient trees of a known date. Esther Jansma and her team can compare the tree rings here with a database of trees from most of Europe. The problem has been that the sample bits of wood so far haven't contained enough tree rings.
How many do you like?
At least 80 or 100.
Right.
Yeah.
And did you get that from this?
Well,
this
we
sample?
got it from the Kimstukken. I don't know the English term.
The L shape.
The L shape.
You know?
Oh, the brackets. sort
Yeah,
of.
the-
right.
Actually,
Yeah. Right.
One of the L-shaped pieces and
Right.
a bottom plank who are very long. But if you
Oh,
look,
crikey, yeah. How many years of that then?
this one is 208 rings, and this one contained 189. But when you look at the pattern, you can see all these periodic dips in the growth in this tree.
Even though these samples had over 100 tree rings, they haven't yet been able to find a match with the database, which is why they need more samples. The appliance of science is in evidence out here too. What are you doing with your little pump?
We're trying to get some groundwater up.
Why?
Because we want to analyze the water and see if the environment below us, where the ship is good enough to preserve the ship.
What are they planning to do with the boat at the moment?
Well, it's going to be filled up again after the excavation, and it will be protected as an archaeological monument.
So what will be on top of it?
Well, on this specific place there will be a bicycle path.
But you'll be able to tell them whether or not they can do that without the boat degrading.
Yes, that's it.
One of the bonuses of cutting sections out of the boat is that we can now see one of the mortise and tenon joints. For the past hour, various groups of archaeologists have been squatting round this little square of wood like it's the Holy Grail. Phil, why is everyone getting so excited about this?
Because it is just such a revolutionary way in this part of the world of joining planks together.
It's a mixing of two different technologies. We've got the very Mediterranean feature of these little tongues of wood, these tenons, which are used to join the bottom planking, which this is one of, edge to edge, to fasten them together to make one huge sheet of plywood, if you like. I mean, we have boats built very, very similar way to this on the Thames in the 16th century, and they too managed to make the bottom planking fairly thin by strengthening it with these free tenons.
But that's 1,400 years later.
Yeah, this may be the great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of that technology.
But the main goal of the dig was to find out the date of this boat, and now that moment has finally arrived. According to Eric and Hera, this barge should date well before 100 AD if their theories about this frontier are to be proved right. To get the most precise date, the sample has to include the sapwood from just under the bark, as this contains the last growth rings in the tree that show exactly when it was cut down. This sample didn't have the sapwood, but it has given us an approximate date, which Esther's working on right now.
I can't wait to know.
All right, I'm showing you here. The last ring of the L-shaped piece dates in 52 AD, the last ring.
52 AD.
AD.
Right.
Add 25 rings, you come to 77 AD, plus minus 6 or something, and that's your post date.
So
77.
So we're looking at something in the early 80s. Well, I thought there'd be some reactionary. Why is that so exciting?
No, I mean, it's just about, I mean, I said 85.
Yes, you
didn't
did.
I?
Yes, I had 55, so I'm way out.
I said 71. I said 71.
Is this exactly the time that you wanted?
Yes, I mean, if you asked me this morning, I mean, the only thing I could think of, when was the first serious phase of construction on this land infrastructure?
Yeah.
To my opinion, it began around 85 AD. That's after 7 years of research. So, that was my guess.
So as well as all this infrastructure going in, they're getting the shipping sorted out to bring the
bulk
supplies
carriers
and
were
stuff.
constructed. So that was my guess.
I think they're quite happy with this date, Esther.
Yeah.
It's always good about Esther always brings the good news.
It's a great finish to the dig and their project in this area.
Oh, now you can really see its boat shape, isn't it?
But given the importance of this barge, I have to ask them, is there any chance the rest of the boat will ever be excavated?
If the groundwater level lowers and we notice that, there's degeneration of the wood, I think you call time team.
You think there's the possibility that one day we might get the phone call?
You might.
Come and dig the whole boat.
I think, we have to reschedule time team and do it in 4 days, I think.
We might just do that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Wouldn't it be great if we could just pull this entire barge out of the ground right now? Well, with the magic of graphics, we can do just that. This way, we can see the full scale of this unique river barge, which measured just under 5 metres wide and something like 35 metres long. This is the missing link, as Damien calls it, the earliest example of a Rhine river barge. It was constructed most likely for the Roman army, using a mix of local and Mediterranean shipbuilding techniques. Built around 85 AD, this barge seems to have had a working life of 15 years before it was deliberately sunk around 100 AD to stop the River Rhine eroding the frontier road, a desperate measure by the Roman engineers fighting a constant battle against the forces of nature. This is Litlington in Cambridgeshire. On the face of it, it's a quintessential English village. You see the medieval church over there, and right behind the camera, over here, there's the post office and village store, and round this corner here, the village pub. I think I know a few people who'll be interested in that. So far, so what? Well, there's more to this place than meets the eye. Because the people of Litlington believe their village may hide one of the best-kept Roman secrets in Britain. And with good reason. 180 years ago, a local vicar put a trench in this field and decided it was the site of one of the biggest Roman homes in Britain. But not only that, another dig about the same time claimed to have found a beautiful walled Roman cemetery a few hundred yards away, probably part of the same complex. So you've got this massive villa, an elaborate cemetery. This stuff ought to be in the history books. Only problem is, nearly all the records have been lost. Well, the first thing we need to do is actually find out just how accurate this plan is. Because if it's correct, then we could be looking at one of the biggest villas ever discovered in Britain. So while we wait for a geophys target in the main field, we're going to have a quick rummage in the copse to see how it fits into our Roman story.
Oh, you're not using saws, Phil. You're going straight for just bulldozing it out of the way.
This is...
And that means we need to do a spot of light deforestation.
That's better, isn't it?
Where do you want to put it, though?
I don't...
So with finds from around the village and evidence of something quite substantial in this copse, it would seem that whatever was here covered a large area.
There's another one.
Oh,
Tessera.
Tessera, Anna.
Yeah.
There's another one here. It's obviously part of a Roman pavement. I mean, whether it's in situ or whether it's just been dumped in here, there's the sort of million-dollar question.
And a villa is the sort of archaeological target that should positively scream its presence on the geophys results.
Oh boy. Well, we're not seeing a villa in that data. We're not seeing anything like the responses that we should be getting.
Oh dear. Well, that's not the sort of response I was expecting. But there's a chance we've asked him to geophys the wrong part of the field. Because, as Stuart and Helen are discovering, the antiquarian map may not be as reliable as we first hoped.
There are bits of this map which actually look fine in relation to the later mapping, and there are bits which look completely wrong. It's like a half-right map is this at the moment. But when you get further south here towards this road junction, this is where it starts to go a bit wayward, because that's quite some distance from the modern south end of the village.
This map is from just one of many digs carried out here by antiquarians, vicars, doctors and the like, who were the predecessors of today's archaeologists. But although their intentions were honourable, their record-keeping could be somewhat poor.
Now, in 1913, the Cambridge Antiquarian Society comes to Litlington to visit Mr. McLaren at Manor Farm because he's found a bit of a villa, and they view the excavations and they have tea in the garden. It all sounds lovely.
Do we have the report?
Not yet, and in fact I think we may never find one because they don't seem to have been terribly impressed at what they found. They said although there was an extensive building, there were only foundations left and finds were only really pottery.
It seems crazy to me that we've got all these late 19th, early 20th century references to this site, but really no tangible written evidence. What are we going to do?
Phil, Raksha, what have you got down in the woods?
But our scratching around in the copse has just produced some lovely Roman archaeology.
There's just enough here to indicate that we do have a floor and that's where they come from.
Oh, good grief.
This really is a cracking little discovery, although it's much too early to say what kind of building this stretch of paving belongs to. This is Litlington in Cambridgeshire, and this morning in this field I was offered not just a Roman villa, but a palatial Roman villa, 300 foot by 500 foot. And the big news is we can't find it. See that geophys? There's nothing there at all except these odd trackway things. We can't even put in a trench because we haven't got any targets. Where's my villa?
Look, we're doing pretty well. We've got stuff over there in the copse. We've got a tessellated pavement there. But I will admit, we haven't so far got a massive villa in this part of the field.
So what do we do?
We're not going to give up. Instead of going for the digital method, though, we're going to try the analogue method and actually trust to the maps and see what they come up with.
What does he mean by the analogue method?
I don't know, but he's looking at me when he said it. Okay. At the moment, the only real evidence we've got that ever was a villa in this field is this one plan that was made in the early 19th century showing what looks like a courtyard villa. So what we're looking at, if we accept this as it is, and we don't know how reliable it is, that there is a rectangular villa type structure extending down towards that copse under those houses up there and back up, if we take that as gospel. And it's the only thing we've got at the moment which actually says there might be a villa in this field.
So our first trench in this massive field goes in on the basis of a single 170-year-old map. It's hardly the most scientifically robust target we've ever had, but then again...
Hold it in.
Hey! Bit of Roman roof tile. I think that's a bit of...
After the frustration of this morning, it's good to know that we seem to be in the right place.
Oh!
Oh!
Ah, no, look at that.
That's the edge.
I mean, look at the alignment. The alignment of that wall is exactly the same alignment as our pavement here.
So we're going to put in a couple of trenches in the copse to see if there is potentially a bathhouse buried under all this shrubbery.
Tesserae number 1.
In the space of a couple of hours, we've gone from twiddling our thumbs to being stretched to the limit.
We've got a doorway.
A door?
Yeah.
Really?
Check it out.
Oh, isn't that fantastic?
Oh, that's brilliant.
It's even invented, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So there we go, a Roman doorway. Absolutely brilliant.
The evidence we're finding in here certainly suggests we may be coming down onto something posh enough to belong to a high-status Roman villa.
Ooh, that's painted wall plaster. It's got blue and green on as well. That's absolutely fantastic.
Or maybe I spoke too soon. Just after lunch, we put a trench in over here, even though we couldn't see anything in the geophys, because Stuart had worked out that this, on the 19th century drawing, is where the villa should be. So we thought, well, we'd dig it and see if the antiquarians were right. Although, Matt, I can't quite see a villa there.
That's because there isn't a villa in there. In fact, there's not even the remnants of a villa anywhere nearby here.
So what's this recess here?
Well, what we've got here is what the geophysics showed, which was a great big linear coming all the way through, back up there. There's a parallel one just beyond the edge of the trench there, and we've also got another ditch coming straight across it that way.
Just a minute. Isn't that Roman tile?
It doesn't tell us anything about what's going on in this trench.
The only recognisable archaeology in this trench is a medieval trackway. There's absolutely no trace of anything structural slap bang in the middle of where we expected to find our record-breaking villa. Frankly, this is a bit of a disaster. I'm going to ask Ben the question that no one else seems to have the bottle to ask you. Suppose there isn't a villa here at all?
I think we've definitely got a villa. I mean, you don't get that amount of building material, you don't get the tessellated pavement, the wall plaster, all these finds without there being a villa here. There must be a villa here.
What about the one tangible piece of evidence we've got, the copse? What's going on there?
Clearly an important building, or part of a building. I mean, have a look at this. I mean, we could be talking about a bathhouse, for example, typically a bit peripheral or you know, towards the edge of the area because of the fire risk. Could it be that it's one of the reception rooms? Nice mosaic in there. Could it be even one of the main living spaces? We haven't got quite enough to go on. It might then acquire...
Well, Ben's big, shiny, graphic imaginings are all well and good. But they're quite a leap from the reality of the site that so far produced quite a lot of nothing. Our villa is over there where those houses are. In fact, quite a lot of it's probably under those houses. But somewhere in this field, we think there might be a rare walled Roman cemetery which would be associated with the villa, except nobody really knows precisely where it is, do they?
Well, I think we do now.
Oh, there was triumph in that tone. Why?
Well, we've done the magnetic survey, and look, Ben's got the results here. This ditch here turns through a right angle, and I just wonder whether that could be the boundary of the cemetery.
But back in the copse, there's been a breakthrough, and Phil now thinks he is digging a bathhouse.
But now we got down here, we've got this concrete type block in here. Now this is, well, I'm sure it's in situ. It's not a piece of loose debris.
You've got, I mean, it's definitely, yeah, I mean, it's definitely sort of, you know, say brick stroke tile.
So what you're trying to say is, I think you are right, Phil. I think you do have a bathhouse.
I might be right, absolutely. Let's hope so.
Get him in.
And that means weeding on an industrial scale. We've now got just one day to get to the bottom of Roman Litlington.
You want to come and have a look and see what we've done to your wood?
have you done to our...
Well, we've just given it a bit of daylight, you see. You've got to put a bit of daylight in here.
Let's just hope the locals are still talking to us by this time tomorrow. At the moment, Phil suspects that at some point, the original floor of this building, which may or may not have been a plunge pool, had a hypercaust, a heated floor system built on top of it. So far, so good.
There obviously has got to be a hypercaust. Logically, there's got to be a hypercaust in here somewhere.
Only if it is a bathhouse. And we don't absolutely know that for certain, do we?
Oh, dear.
It might be.
But Tony's going to love this when we change our opinions yet again. He knew we would.
Yeah, there's still Roman, bits of Roman stuff coming out of there. I just had a piece of tile out of it.
And if dealing with one antiquarian site wasn't enough, there's the small matter of the walled cemetery that we suspect may be associated with our Roman building. Jackie, can I come in?
Yeah, sure, come down the steps.
What is it you've got?
Well, we know that in this field, this cemetery was discovered in about 1820 by gravel quarry diggers. And they found the cemetery, the antiquarians came in, they dug out what they wanted, and they carried on digging gravel out of here for quite some time. And then they would have backfilled everything the holes they'd left behind. And I was getting really despondent yesterday because we weren't finding any bits of material at all. And fantastically this morning, at about this level here, I turned up a whole load of human bone.
Oh, fantastic.
We've got bits of femur and bits of tibia and the leg bones. And even better, we had a piece of pottery turnip which has been dated at late Iron Age, early Romano-British.
So you're sure they're Roman bones?
Yeah, this is what they left behind of the material from the cemetery that they didn't want to take away.
John, looks like you were right. There's a cemetery here after all.
Yeah, we knew it was here. It had to be on the basis of our results.
Don't crow.
No. What we've done this morning is expand our survey back in this field.
So we're putting in one final trench over John's potential mausoleum, as it would be fantastic to establish that at least one Roman tomb has survived the 18th century gravel quarrying.
This looks pretty solid. Here's the wall. That's solid, it's coming down. Solid, solid. I think that might be the base of something.
So it would seem that we may have at last uncovered some solid evidence of the Roman cemetery. And with only a few hours to go, it looks like we may have finally got a handle on this blasted villa.
I think I've got a floor surface here.
Really?
Yeah. Look in that corner. See how much more solid that is?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, what timing.
Well, even I can tell that's a human skull there.
Yeah.
There was also, in there...
Ah.
That.
Yes, that looks awfully like a coffin nail, doesn't it? Yes. Yeah. This is intact, in situ. It's not redeposited. This is where the guy went in. We've got somebody laid on their left side, facing that direction.
With Matt's trench confirming the presence of the mausoleum shown in John's geophys, it's probably safe to suggest at least one or two other graves may also survive beneath this field. I think we can safely call that a result.
Have you got any ideas what it could be?
One time in my life when I need a Romanist, and there's never one here.
But even at this late stage, the Romanists are continuing to frustrate Phil's quest for a final decision on what's in the copse.
What is going on?
Well, I don't know. That's why you're here to tell me.
Right, OK. Well, knowing what's happening in a bathhouse that hasn't been dug by someone, and one that's obviously been dug into, and elements removed, elements explored, taken away, that's two different things, really, isn't it?
I mean, it is a bit of a blow to the stomach, though. I mean, we've shifted a lot of muck today, and we've worked hard. And at the end of the day, to turn round after all that graft and say we haven't got the foggiest idea, that's a bitter pill to swallow.
I don't think we're saying we haven't got the foggiest idea.
Well, that's what you were saying to me, isn't it? What is it?
I'm saying
then?
it in
what is it
more
then?
words.
What is it then?
We've got thick deposits of plaster, and it looks like they've made a concerted effort to make some of these rooms perhaps watertight, or at least to consolidate them.
So is this a bathhouse?
Yes.
Well, there we go then. I'm happy with that.
This finely decorated bathhouse would have been a focus for any villa. And thanks to the results from the test pits and the bits of radar John could get from the back gardens, we think that the villa would have sat roughly in the area now occupied by these houses. But truthfully, that's about it. We can't really say what the villa looked like or what its relationship is to the cemetery we've discovered. So you may think that the great villa of Litlington doesn't exist, but we'd like to show you something else. Come over this way. It's been a frustrating and at times an infuriating 3 days here, but at least the people of Litlington now know what was going on here almost 2,000 years ago.
We do know that in parts of this building there were some really expensive floors. We've found not...
And in spite of some people's misgivings, I have to say this site proves the benefits of digging into the past. You do have a villa, we believe it's under there, and you have a bathhouse which hopefully generations of children will be able to visit and learn more about the Romans from. So thanks ever so much for coming, and we had a good time. I hope you did too. Thank you. Bedford Purley Wood is in the Nene Valley in Cambridgeshire, about 15 miles from Peterborough. 1800 years ago, this was one of the wealthiest areas of Roman Britain, and our site would have been on the outskirts of Dura Breve, the main trading centre in the region. But while most Roman sites around here have been damaged by modern ploughing, it looks like whatever's hidden in these woods could be really well preserved. Our challenge is simple enough. What were the Romans doing here? But thanks to the trees, finding out isn't going to be that easy. The other problem is this is a national nature reserve and there's lots of protected plants here. John, you having a good day?
Wonderful.
For once, though, we don't have to wait for geophys, because in some places we can actually see Roman walls on the surface.
Look, this is silly. You can't have archaeology just... It's sticking above the ground.
Yeah.
It's not under the ground.
No doubt this is why the site was first discovered by an antiquarian back in the early 1800s. And it's because the remains are close to the surface that they've also shown up so well on this LiDAR picture. The colours, by the way, represent height, with green marking the low ground and white the highest. Phil, are you sure we're digging in the right place?
What do you mean we're digging in the right place?
Well, look at that. Lovely and neat. Look at that. Chaos.
I don't actually regard that as extremely chaotic. Come and have a look.
Sorry, there's a rather large archaeologist in my eye line.
Look, we've got a nice, long, straight row here. It's all built of stone. And look, we've even got one stone on top of another stone. Now then, what would you call that?
It's a wall.
Thank you.
I eat my words.
That's right.
What do you reckon we've got here?
Well, you see, this is the problem. You've got that plan which shows a series of earthworks.
Yeah.
It is very, very easy to assume that all the upstanding bits are walls. Now, when they dug here a little earlier on, they know for a fact that sometimes where there are earthworks, there weren't walls. Sometimes there were walls and there weren't earthworks. It is not as clear-cut as that drawing suggests. We don't also know whether or not it's the same phase.
So there was some sense in my point. Just looking at this tumble doesn't necessarily mean that you can interpret where the buildings are.
That is not your question. Your question was, are we digging in the right place? Yes, we're digging in the right place.
All right, I was wrong.
Well, I'd say it's a floor tile.
That looks like Roman floor tile, doesn't
Roman
it?
floor tile, yeah.
Yes, yep,
Promising.
Very good.
So Matt's wall is Roman. And I have to say, it does look suspiciously like it belongs to the same range of structures that Phil's digging some 80 metres away. There's still lots of rubble to remove, but already Phil's discovered the walls survive to some depth, and in places are built with fragments of stone and tile, creating a herringbone pattern.
At the bottom, you can see the...
80 metres away in our second trench, Matt's finding that the walls he's unearthed are built in exactly the same way.
There's quite a few bits of floor tile out of there.
All right.
But I think these were actually built into the wall and formed a part of the structure.
Right, because you get layers of tile in Roman walls.
Yeah.
That rather suggests it is a building, I think. Yeah.
And there's been a few bits of pottery as well.
Oh, that's good, because there's very little from elsewhere. So what have you got? The local wares?
Yeah, that's Roman Nene Valley.
Yeah.
That's
rather good.
And we've also had a bit of iron ore as well.
Ah, no, that's good, because we've got a metallurgist coming tomorrow, so
Right.
he can have a look at that.
Yeah.
I'm in two minds, actually. It looks as if it could be a standard Roman villa, but the plan is suspicious, and I suspect the linking with ironworking is very intriguing.
John's persisted in his search for evidence of metalworking. He's been using the MagSus. That's a magnetic susceptibility machine to you and me. And he now reckons he's getting very strong signals over here on the western edge of the site. I've agreed to meet Mick out there, and I shouldn't get lost if I just follow the signs. 2 men and 2 signs.
Oh, yeah, don't take a notice of the signs. I wanted you to see this test pit here.
A couple of years ago, we had a little test pit here. It's been fertiled around by animals now, but you can see there's a bit of walling here. But very importantly, this produced a couple of bits of slag.
It doesn't look much, but slag is a byproduct of making iron, and it could mean we've got a Roman iron smelting furnace nearby.
There's a big enclosure around here. I mean, it's probably too big for a building, Ben, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, unless it's a very big old barn or something like that. It's certainly very large.
Yeah.
John, have you managed to cover most of this?
Well, we've done half the survey so far, and what's really interesting, here, to just show you the results. Look, the test pit is down here, and that's where you've got a bit of walling. But I'm getting really strong readings here in red, and I've done half the survey so far, and I'm sure that this is the concentration of the area of burning. And just look at the soil. Look here, it's really grey. Whereas in here, in amongst the trees, look, it's in silly, see the red clay. This is the concentration of the burning.
But professional to the end, John wants to finish the survey before we start digging.
And I'm confident this isn't barbed wire fence.
Good.
Because there are also an awful lot of pits showing up on our LiDAR picture, and quarry pits can be classic signs of Roman ironworking. So maybe we haven't got a villa here, but a specialist industrial site. So to help us find out, we've invited an expert in Roman metalworking to join us, and he's going to start by looking at one of the pits that seems to have a spoil heap around it.
If you look at this, and the orangey colour tells us there's a little bit of iron in there, but not enough to be worth smelting.
Right.
This is some stuff we found down the road, just in a cutting, and you can feel the difference in weight. Look at the colours.
I mean, I could spot that as iron straight away.
Exactly.
It's very different to that, isn't it?
This will occur in bands underneath this and stuff, so you've got to get this overburden off.
You've got to get through this potentially to get like that, have you?
Exactly,
right.
yeah.
With so many pits to check, it looks like Roger will have his work cut out. But what I find most surprising is that we could have so much industry close to what we suspect is a villa. Interestingly, we're getting evidence that people lived and cooked in the buildings Phil's investigating.
Cracking. Absolutely cracking.
This mortarium would have been used for grinding food like corn or maize to make bread, and it suggests that we could be close to a kitchen. In fact, we do seem to be getting the sort of finds you'd associate with a Roman villa. The problem is we're not finding very many of them.
Everything we'd expect to find on a villa site is here, both in terms of sort of range of material and dates, but in really small quantities.
What do you reckon's going on, Stephen?
The other way to look at it is to ask the question, what are they doing with their rubbish in the first place? I mean, if, for example, we've got evidence of ironworking here, could they be digging pits to extract the ore and then chucking their rubbish down the pits to get rid of it? And that would be a very simple explanation about why there isn't much material on the site, full stop.
Which is another reason to start digging those pits.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, and this is typical, just as I point out the shortage of finds, news reaches me that Matt's trench is starting to look really exciting. He's finding huge quantities of stuff, and it's all much posher than we've seen anywhere else.
Hypercaust heating flue tile, look, with the marks on it where the plaster sticks on. You've also got lots of roofing material These are the clay tiles off the roof, one like that, and then a curved one over like that. So, you know, it's all looking much more like a sort of high-status building than we thought.
Is that painted plaster?
Yeah, you've actually got stuff with patterns on it, look, and red patches, and there's even more coming out where Matt is. You've got more of it there, haven't you?
There's actually a piece there in the top of this rubble layer with a black painted line across the top.
You've got the trench of the day, without any doubt, haven't you?
It's coming up with the goods, isn't it?
We could be thinking about we've got industrial activity here. You know, it's either some furnace or some oven or something like that, a kiln or something.
That's why we put the trench here. We wanted to know what was going on the inside of the building, and you've nailed it. You've got something that's giving us activity inside the building.
What on earth is that then, Anthony?
I have no idea. I've been trying to unravel it for us.
Yeah, I mean, it
You got something, guys?
look like
Well, we've got a nice piece of what appears to be possibly a bit of carved stone.
This?
Well, yeah, but what you can't see, Tony, is that round here,
Yeah.
it does look like an arm. It really does.
I wouldn't mind. If it's Roman and it's carved stone, that would be a big one for us, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You were the one who was saying, oh, it's very rare to find things like
It
this.
is very rare, but we have our occasional moments.
Of what he's uncovered here. Meanwhile, carefully placed in between the ant's nest and the deadly nightshade bushes, Matt's trench is revealing the first glimpse of some sort of posh structure.
You can see the mortar there.
Yeah, coming up, yeah.
Yeah, look, there's the edge of another one there.
Yeah, yeah, well, that could be a lead into a flue or something.
So this would have formed some kind of floor heating or something like that?
Yeah, if it's a hypercourse, yeah, there's sort of pili within the room itself. It begins to look ever more structural.
The new theory is that this bathhouse is not part of a Roman villa, but built for a manager or overseer who was looking after the ironworks here.
Is it possible that we're looking at some overseer here who's working on behalf of the state?
Right.
And the state, of course, I think, have a very, very large presence in the building underneath Castor Village.
Oh, yes, yes.
And it could be some procurator there who is not only superintending Fenland estates, but ironworking estates as well.
Yeah,
And how far is Castor?
Castor's fantastic, because it's only a few miles away that way.
And this was also excavated by our antiquarian.
Artist spent many years excavating at Castor, where he found enormous building complexes underneath the modern village.
It's a good idea. Our site, controlled from Castor, could have been one of several iron production centres situated on the outskirts of Dura-Brive, the main trading centre in the region. Ermine Street, the M1 of its day, literally ran through the town, and with the River Nene close by, iron could have been dispatched by road or river to almost anywhere in Roman Britain. And if this bathhouse was for an overseer, it looks like he lived in fine style, judging by these chunks of painted plaster that show the colour scheme of the walls of this building 1600 years ago. It's a stark contrast to Phil's trench, where there's no sign of painted plaster or luxuries like underfloor heating. But we did find what looked like a carved stone here yesterday. And now that our experts have had time to carefully examine it, I'm curious to know what they think it is.
It's a stone.
A stone?
A stone.
But not just any random stone. Phil thinks it's been definitely shaped for some purpose or other.
Take a look at this one here. Now that was found just outside in the angle of the walls there.
Yeah.
Look how that ordinary stone has been used as a whetstone to sharpen tools. And it just goes to show that every stone you find on a site like this, you have to look at it, think about it to make sure it's not an artefact.
Thanks, I think that's a very good lesson to learn from someone who was sure that was a statue last night.
It looked very good at the time.
But at least Phil's trench and Faye's trench put in here have given us lots of useful detail about the actual buildings in this range. This is a reconstruction of the area where Phil was digging, which we now know was a series of rooms based around a courtyard. We think these were workshops or living accommodation for the people who worked here, a workforce probably of slaves, which would explain why we didn't find any coins or items of real value here. The question now is, have we discovered the main iron smelting area up here on the slightly higher ground?
Sorry.
I'm on the wall now.
Good to say, you're on the wall, yeah, and I'm inside.
But I'm still over the floor of another room.
Possibly.
So you've actually got a wall running with... That still means that could be a door jam, and that looks like the corner where there was a door.
So there's a room there and there's a room there.
But no wall.
Wall has gone, robbed away.
A lot more work's needed here, but we can get some idea of the extent of the bathhouse from the size of this earthwork. And if our theory is right about the link with Caster, then it's possible that our bathhouse was laid out like the one shown here in Artis's picture, which means we're talking about a building that would have looked something like this. It was probably a standalone facility used by the official overseer on what would have been a state-controlled iron working site. Our dig's certainly given me a newfound respect for this man, Edmund Artis, who was clearly a very good archaeologist for his time, but died before he could publish his written reports. His map of the archaeology, drawn in 1828, has proved to be largely accurate, and it's not just the buildings, but also the pits he recorded that are key to understanding this site.
Goodness me, it's a journey to the centre of the earth.
What we now know is that in Roman times, a lot of the rubbish was being thrown in these pits.
So basically, this pit was open at the same time that those buildings were being occupied and used. And this looks a bit clayey to me. So is that what they're going for, the clay?
Yeah, there's no sign of ironstone or any bands of ironstone in this at all, so it must be clay for some purpose.
And the little sort of pock marks and things I can see in there, is this sort of root activity?
Well, some of it is, but some of these dark patches, if you carefully clean them back, you can actually see adze marks or picks marks where they've actually levered the clay out from this pit.
Fantastic. We now know not all these pits were dug for iron ore. Many, like this one, would have been dug for clay to build and repair the iron smelting furnaces. So at the end of 3 days, we can now picture this long-lost Roman settlement as it must have looked in its heyday around 200 AD. What's been hidden in these woods is a massive ironworking site, with the furnaces and ore roasting pits on the slightly higher ground, while the mining was going on here, chasing the seam of natural iron ore. The workshops and living quarters were not far away and were very much second class, as mentioned by Edmund Artis. But there was at least one fancy Roman building, a bathhouse, situated well away from the industry here on the eastern side of the site. In 1998, a series of chance finds scattered across this field near Manchester inspired a local enthusiast to start field walking. And for 8 years, he's been walking and walking and walking. Now, after hundreds of hours of close scrutiny, he's accumulated evidence of over 8,000 years of human activity, from the prehistoric to the post-medieval. But it's the Romans who seem to have been particularly active. There's loads of metalwork, including coins, brooches, and this gorgeous little snake bracelet. But the site itself remains an archaeological mystery. So what was going on here? Local archaeologists believe they've discovered a fortlet, but then not all the finds are military, and they cover over 250 years of the Roman occupation. So what were the Romans doing here in Warburton? We've got just 3 days to find out. Warburton's located near Manchester, between the River Bollin and the Mersey. The village can be traced back to the Anglo-Saxon period, and its parish church is dedicated to St Werburg, the Anglo-Saxon saint from which Warburton takes its name. But over the past 8 years, the locals have been finding evidence which has pushed back Warburton's origins much further. That's a pretty impressive array you got there, James.
It is, isn't it? We've got stonework here from the prehistoric with the flint work. We've even got Bronze Age, a small axe there, which is really nice. But what's really excited me on this side is all the Roman material, the brooches and some of the coins and the various little bits and bobs.
What do you think it all means, Mike?
We've got quite a lot of material here from the Roman period, which is distinctively military, the brooches in particular, and these nice little rings. But we don't get, usually, in the northwest, this kind of concentration. If we're looking at military, I think we could be looking at something like a fort or a fortlet.
It does seem to me to be a bit of a leap of the imagination. From a few finds to an imperial fort with loads of soldiers hacking away at the poor Brits.
But we do have a bit more evidence. The local archaeology society have put in 1 or 2 trenches already in the field, and they've got what might be an enclosure, and in one of those trenches there's a ditch, a Punic-style ditch.
What's a Punic ditch?
It's a trap, a Roman military trap.
Francis, could this site be a trap for the enemy?
Well, I think you've got to be a bit, a bit sceptical, because I've seen steep-sided ditches on farms, and to my eye, that metalwork doesn't look military. I think it could be a farm. I think we've got to be very, very careful. Rectangular enclosure doesn't mean fortlet.
So we're putting in our first trench next to the previous excavation so that we can look at the form of this ditch and decide whether it really is Punic. And this will tell us for definite whether the site's military. David, what was the difference between a Punic ditch and any other kind of ditch?
It has a standard V-shaped inner slope, but the outer face is vertical or near vertical, which means that once you've got in there, it's extremely difficult to get out, and you become a sitting duck to the defenders to throw anything at you.
Why were they called Punic ditches? Does that mean they came from Carthage, as in the Punic Wars?
No, they didn't actually come from Carthage, but the point was that the Romans thought the Carthaginians were extremely treacherous, and these ditches were meant to be treacherous to anybody who attacked across them.
As the field walkers continue to march across the field, we still can't be sure whether our Romans were soldiers or farmers. But the finds are coming in thick and fast, and we're hoping they'll give us a clue.
Have we got much? Bits and pieces. There is a lot of this stuff that looks like brick, isn't there? I wonder if any of that's going to turn out to be the good Roman pottery.
It is, it's just bloody sand, isn't it? Just sand, sand and more sand. It's like digging at Bournemouth, isn't it?
At our trench, it looks as though the Romans are about to make an appearance.
Mike, there's your ditch.
That looks promising, doesn't it?
So it does look as though that charcoal was coming out the other side, right on the edge of it.
I'll be happier when we got it sectioned.
Yeah, Francis, you put in a long jump pit.
Well, look at this.
Hey, have we got something?
Yeah, look at that. Well, careful, it took us all morning to find that.
Oh, wow. Rarely on day one have I ever seen such a cornucopia of finds. So what is this, Francis?
I'm told it's Romano-British, and it's probably Cheshire Plains ware or something like that.
Are they being serious or are they winding up?
They are.
So what shape would that pot have been, Francis?
Well, it's a large storage jar about that high off the ground. OK, if we assume that is the fortlet ditch, we know which side of the fortlet it is, and we can make a pretty good guess by measuring at where the other 3 sides are. So that's what we're going to do. Suck it and see, measure it out, see if the ditch is there.
What, put more trenches in?
Yeah, yeah.
OK, well, while you do that, I better fight these off to the British Museum. Geophys can't help us, but we do know that Roman fortlets were square, although we don't know exactly how big this one would have been. Using the locals' excavation report, we think our first trench has located the eastern edge, and we should be able to find the western side by digging directly opposite it. So Bridge begins to open trench 2 on the same alignment as Phil's trench. Francis and Matt are putting in a 3rd trench to locate the southern side and find out the exact dimensions of the fortlet. The site's progressing nicely, and it looks as though we'll be able to fill in a real gap in the understanding of the Roman northwest.
There is actually quite a lot of activity going on here. There are quite a number of major centres which are either industrial or military centres. There's the major legionary fortress at Chester, for instance, on the Dee. And then moving across, we've got a fort and then an industrial site at Northwich. another one at Middlewich producing a lot of salt during the Roman period. There's Wilderspool, which was a manufacturing centre, which is the nearest site to Warburton. And then we've got, of course, the fortress at Manchester.
We know the Mersey's a big trade network in the prehistoric period, in the Roman period. And we've got copper mining over at Alderley Edge, just a few miles away. And there could be a road network that links that into the Chester, Manchester, York Road. And we could be part of that kind of localised industrial network.
Well, I think the key thing is to put a trench through or close by those two concentrations of metalwork on the downslope of the hill.
And also that'll give us a nice transect across the top of the ridge here.
It'll also give us some indication of the thickening of the plough soil as we go down the slope.
Well, if we're going to do that, why don't we pull the trench back over here?
What, right back here?
Yeah, right back to here, and extend the one from yesterday to meet it, well, just in case there are any stray archaeological features.
That'll be the longest trench in time team history. We're going for the full half mile,
I think so. I'll get my man on the job.
Okie doke.
So we're hoping that a trench over the two concentrations of previous finds might unearth evidence of Roman occupation and explain how the metalwork got into the field in the first place. We want to learn as much as we can about the finds, so we've called in an archaeometallurgist to see if we can replicate one of them.
Well, it's a snake bracelet, or at least part of a snake bracelet. Of Roman date. I know it doesn't look like one because it's straight now, but it's obviously suffered quite a lot of damage during its life. And the snake head at this end is being broken.
I'm not sure that if I was going to have a bracelet made for me, I would want one in the shape of a snake.
Well, that's because we tend to think of snakes as frightening and sinister things, don't we? But in the classical world, they didn't. Before Christianity came on the scene, snakes seem to have been emblems of healing and of rebirth. You know, you see the snakes on chemists' symbols twining around a star.
All the help they can get. Having dug this field to death, we're moving into pastures new and the next field along. And we're throwing everything at it. Archaeologists, field walkers, metal detectorists, even the dog. We think the new field is a good target since it's virgin territory. And more importantly, it also lies on the ridge of high ground, which Stuart believes is the most likely candidate for Roman activity. I feel as though I'm surrounded by low-key chaos.
Yes, that's because we're desperately trying to find out as much as we can about the whole field in a very short time. So we are doing a number of things. First of all, we're starting off with the old standby, which is geophysics.
Yeah.
But we're not really expecting it to produce anything because the results have been frankly terrible. And then we are metal detecting all the way across the field and labelling, tagging all our signals, which Henry's then plotting in with the GPS.
It means that we're using metal detectoring in the same way that we would normally use geophys in order to create a pattern on the ground, which we can then use as evidence about where we should put a trench in.
Yes, and then the third thing that we're doing with it is, because it was only ploughed this morning, we decided to go for the technique of shovel pitting, where we dig a small hole right in the middle of each 20-metre square across the field, and that recovers a certain amount of artefacts so that you can characterise what's going on in the topsoil from those artefacts, which we can then use in conjunction with the geophysics, if it produces anything, to locate a trench.
Time's of the essence since we've only got one day to explore the whole field. So everyone gets busy. Everyone, that is, except Phil, who's refusing to be dragged away from yesterday's trench. And Helen's still got loads of James's finds to double-check.
It's quite worn on that edge.
So that's fixed into the wood of the cart somehow, is it, in the
I think it is. I mean, it's some way of distributing straps around the cart.
So a rain travels through that?
Yes.
First century AD.
Yeah, I mean, the rain would have run through there because you've obviously got quite a lot of wear on this edge here, which has gone quite thin.
Okay.
And at our original field, Phil's tenacity has paid off. And yes, he's got a result from his trench. I've never been quite sure why we've explored quite this far out in the field.
Well, if you remember, there was metalwork that was coming off the crest. There were two concentrations, and Phil's trench was to come down the hill and follow that metalwork. Well, actually, it's been much better than that. We've found two lynchets.
What's a lynchet?
Well, it literally is an old field system. What you've got to imagine here, Tony, is literally a stairway of fields running parallel to the slope. And what is happening is that plough soil, as you plough along the slope, soil moves down the slope. And where Francis is, you will have a bank.
And down here, you've got a cutaway terrace. You can see here that you've got a dark brown topsoil. That's this stuff, and it comes straight onto natural. Now, as we come down the slope, we've got 3 layers. We've got the dark topsoil, but in the middle, we've got this brown material, which is sloping down here, and at the bottom we've got the natural. And this brown material is where the plough has actually sliced into the natural and moved all the soil down that way. So you'll have a bank here, and here there's a big cutaway. And so you've got a whole series of stairways, and you can see that the next cutaway terrace is up there where the chap is there. So you've got these fields that are about, what, 20, 30 metres wide, going down the hill.
Do we have a date for these lynchets?
Well, we've got scrappy pottery from the bottom of this lynchet that runs through the Roman 16th century and 18th and 19th century. So we might have 2,000 years of agriculture ploughing on this site.
But the important thing is that is exactly when the metal finds were being made. That is exactly the date of all those metal objects.
What's exactly the period? The medieval or the Roman?
Roman into medieval period.
This was a purely agricultural landscape, but we now understand the mechanism by which it formed.
And until we dug this trench down here, we had no indication that there was a pre-existing field system on this hill. The only field system that we could see was the present field system. This shows that there was a completely different landscape here in the Roman and probably medieval period.
Which is why it's not on the 18th century map, because these fields are totally different.
So finally, we're beginning to reveal the history of this landscape. The lynchets are evidence of an earlier terraced field system, possibly Roman. And this would explain how the finds got into the soil, as rubbish mixed in with the manure which fed the crops.
Well, Stuart, we're getting wildly overexcited about 2 lynchets out there. How do they fit into what we know about the landscape?
I mean, if you go back to the medieval period, what you've got is the medieval village of Warburton here in red. You've got a church down here and a priory, arable ground here, meadow around the edge, and park and manor centre up here, and the peat and mosslands over here. But you've got a strip of open ground, all suggesting that this strip where our fields located is the pasture for the animals of Warburton village and the parish.
So that's the pasture on which you'd have had the animals that would have manured the arable.
That's right. This is quite important in the understanding of this. Also, the pattern of movement actually is along that road that's there today, the road that we come along, leading from Dunham straight down to Warburton and then crossing over the river. The Mersey itself is an important boundary in the Saxon period between Mercia and Northumbria. And if there's Saxon occupation close to a major boundary, there's a very strong chance there might be even Roman occupation.
So those lynchets that we found are likely to predate the medieval pasture, you reckon?
Indeed, yeah, I mean, I would say that quite categorically from the evidence I can put together, yes.
So Phil begins to dig a trench in the new field over the biggest response to see whether there are any finds and to analyse how they got into the ground.
Is that in the spoil that's coming out, or is that in the... Could it be really, really small, or can't you?
Oh, it is very small, yeah.
It seems to be pretty localised, doesn't it? Is it in there, for example?
No. Let's try that for what I've got in my hand. No.
Try that. In there, then?
It's over in that corner somewhere. Must be very, 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 very small, whatever it is. Lead.
Well, I'm damned.
It's a lead seal. You know the seals that they put on the bags? That's what I think it is.
It's quite a nice little pattern on there, isn't it?
Our prize find. Who needs Roman when you've got a seal from a 19th century seed bag? The field's now littered with trenches, and Helen takes a quick tour to see what's turning up.
No features?
Absolutely nothing, no.
No. Everything good?
Well, the last bit that came up, courtesy of the detector, was that.
Oh, yeah.
It was the last bit we came out.
Yes, looks good on that side, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And not much on the other side, probably half a button. Never mind. OK, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
This whole field is dotted with tiny, discreet test pits, and suddenly we've got Phil's zonking great hole. What's that all about?
What we're hoping to prove is that there's a different pattern of finds in the top as opposed to that bit there.
There.
Yeah, then the subsoil, and then on the natural and in features underneath there.
And how are you getting on, Phil?
By and large, all the finds that we get, they're mainly Victorian, post-medieval. The main thing is that we're recovering all the finds, not just being selective with metal. And certainly, once we get through the topsoil, which is where most of the finds are, once we get into the subsoil, we're not getting anything at all.
So what does all this tell us?
It's telling us quite a lot. I mean, it's telling us that this soil has to be manured. That's where most of these modern finds are finding their way in. And then it's also telling us that below that there's a rather different soil which may represent pasture, and then possibly earlier fields are beneath that, but that earlier soil wasn't being heavily manured.
A bit frustrating for you, though, all this digging empty trenches.
I spend my entire life digging holes and finding nothing. I went with Ian, you know, the main digger driver here. He and I dug 1,800 metres across Salisbury Plain in 4 days. And what do we find? One post hole. Was I disappointed? No, of course I wasn't disappointed. The main thing is you solve the problem. We came here 3 days ago. We came here with a set of questions. We wanted to know about the forklift. We wanted to know about the metal objects in the plough saw. And I think over those 3 days we've answered the specific targets.
I know what did really hack you off, though. The local pub didn't serve real ale.
Yes, you're...
Time Team get invited to all sorts of places these days, but they don't come any grander than this. This is Drumlanrig Castle near Dumfries in Scotland. But that's not for us. Typical Time Team, what we're interested in is something that's been discovered round the back in the garden. There's not much to see on the ground here, apart from a few lumps and bumps. But look, this photo was taken from the air during a particularly dry summer, and you see all these strange shapes and lines. The experts reckon these could be the remains of a Roman fort. If it is, it could have a really good story to tell, because it would have been in the front line of the Roman attempts to invade Scotland. Time Team have got just 3 days to solve this Roman mystery, in what must be one of the largest back gardens in Scotland. Most Roman forts in Scotland were built of turf and timber and looked something like this, with big defensive ramparts and ditches, a gateway on each side, and buildings laid out to a set plan. In theory, Roman forts were meant to be the same, but they very rarely are. It's going to be a 10-metre long trench, and the first ever to be put in on this site. Trench 2, meanwhile, is going to test this geophys signal in what's thought to be the interior of the fort. Hopefully, it's going to give us our first look at one of the buildings inside. It's 11:20 and everyone's very excited, except me. I think probably the main reason I feel so sceptical is the one thing I know about Roman sites is that you get loads of pottery. But here, the only pottery anyone's ever stumbled on is one piece, this. Richard, where did you find it?
I found it just behind us here, Tony, in the Children's Adventure Playground.
Did you realise that it was Roman?
No, I didn't realise at all. We actually thought it was an old gardener's pot.
But you've got excited about it enough to want us to come here?
Well, certainly the site behind us, it was discovered in 1984 through aerial survey, and that's really all we know. You know, Roman camp, piece of pot, that's the story.
This Roman pot dates to the 2nd century AD, and it's our first clue to when this fort was occupied. But apparently our experts think it's likely that there was an earlier fort here as well, one that dates to the Romans' first attempt to conquer Scotland in the 1st century.
40 years after the Romans invaded in 43, the governor Agricola, in the early 80s AD, is bringing the Roman army right up into what we call Scotland, garrisoning it as he went and building roads.
It sounds like it's going to be tricky to sort out, especially looking at the size of what I was calling Trench 2. Mick's strategy for the interior of the fort is to dig test pits. But you're not going to learn much from a trench as tiny as that, are you?
All we're going to learn is what sort of deposits are in there and handfuls of pottery that give us some sort of date from it.
Why here, John?
Well, look, we've got the geophysics. There's the main road coming through. You can see it on our plot, and the streets going off to the side. There's actually a road going across here. the main road there.
So it's like that, isn't it?
So we're in the corner, and there should be a sort of building, maybe a barrack block.
Well, there ain't much of a barrack block there yet.
Well, not
just
yet.
rubble.
No, but if it was a timber building, it'd probably sit on rubble like that anyway, wouldn't it?
Has it given you any clues so far?
We got 1 or 2 bits of pot.
Pot?
This one here, look.
Well, that's doubled the amount of Roman pot they've had so far. Is this the same sort of age as Richard's piece?
Yeah, it's 2nd century stuff, so it's probably towards the end of the life of the fort. So there must be earlier stuff underneath.
So you're going to keep going down here?
Yeah, I mean, we're drawing it and recording it now, and then we'll go down and see what happens.
Yeah. We've opened up another test pit over this geophys signal that could be the remains of a corner tower. Already it's turned up some pottery that again tells us something about life here in the 2nd century AD.
So we have some properly Roman pottery, little jar rim, but this is coarse Iron Age style pottery, but it's not earlier than this material, it's contemporary with it. It looks as if for their very coarsest, cheapest pottery, they're buying the ordinary pottery they can find in the locality.
Buying it from the locals who are living around, presumably.
Yeah.
So would the local people have been coming into a fort like this and flogging them stuff, or would they all have been the enemy?
They'd certainly be coming in because, of course, by the mid-2nd century, the frontier's moved north. It's on the Antonine Wall between Glasgow and Edinburgh. So this is within the Roman province. So the people here are beginning to go through the process of becoming part of a Romanised province. And there all kinds of supply and interaction is going to start taking place, yeah.
Although I'm not keen on tiny trenches, this one, Trench 2, where I was helping yesterday, seems to have paid off and revealed traces of a wooden building.
Matt, I believe you're the only one with finds trays that are filling up.
Yeah, absolutely.
What have you got?
Well, we've come down into this trench onto this burnt layer, which looks like the destroyed building, and...
Well, hang on, do you mean destroyed or demolished?
Ah, well, there's the key question. I think it could well be demolished, because quite often these forts were razed to the ground by the soldiers as they left.
That's exactly right, they cleared the whole place.
And we're getting things such as the daub there from the walls, burnt clay.
Right.
And we even have some of these carbonised wattles.
Yep. So that's the wood framing in which the clay was packed around.
Yeah.
So it looks like they've knocked that down and then set fire to what was left over of it.
Yep.
Yep.
There are a few of these nails here, these large ones, and I presume they would have been holding the actual building frame together.
And probably made in the fort itself, in the workshop.
Right.
Almost certainly, yeah.
This little bit of metal.
Oh, yes.
I couldn't work out it was the end of a metal strap or something, but it didn't fit with the nails. And
Well, there's an edge there. Do you see the corner there? Right, but it's covered in corrosion. It's just possible that it's a piece of scale armour, which is the sort of thing you might associate with auxiliary troops, but you know, it's very, very difficult to say.
All our evidence so far is building up a picture of the fort in the 2nd century AD. We've got a wooden building with wattle and daub walls, which, due to its position, we think may have been barracks. We're also digging up the remains of what's thought to be a much fancier building made of stone. Richard, apparently one of the really exciting consequences of you inviting us here is that we found the Principia right here. Although that's all I can tell you, because I've no idea what a Principia is.
It's the headquarters building, the main administrative centre of the fort, a very elaborate structure. And one of the big surprises we've had is that it seems to be built of stone. Now, that's something we weren't expecting. This looks like it's the Antonine, or the mid-2nd century, around 140 to 160 building. Have a look at this.
At the moment, it just looks like rubble to me. But then Guy was expecting me to say that.
We're in the courtyard. See this group of people here?
Yeah.
That's roughly where we are. we're in the middle of a courtyard. What we've just seen where Kerry's digging over there...
So where's that?
...is this front wall here.
Yeah.
So, just follow me.
Yeah.
If I run up here...
Come on, Richard.
Right, I'm now standing roughly at the entrance to that big hall, OK? So stay where you are. I'm now running round the hall, which is a little bit like a small parish church, up to here.
Yeah.
Round to the back. This is where the shrine is, where the unit standards and valuables are stored.
Yeah.
All the money, all the gold and silver possessions that some of the officers might have had.
Yeah.
Right the way up here, down to the end of the hall. Passing rooms that may have contained all the paperwork that recorded the unit, and it's where the soldiers have been stationed, where they had to go, all their duties, that kind of thing. The end of the hall here. Now I'm moving out into the courtyard, so this is the big courtyard area where the commandant might speak to the officers of the unit, call in troops for disciplining or religious services. They had a whole religious calendar they had to follow, dedications to the emperor and everything. Come back to here, okay, and this is the front gate into the headquarters building, and I'm looking out through that, up through the road that leads through the north gate of the fort.
Meanwhile, there's no way anyone would confuse this with one of our test pits. It's our 10-metre-long trench across the fort's defences. The news here is that Phil reckons he's found a couple of post holes.
What do you think about that? Second post hole to one I had yesterday. Look, there it is. There's the one I've got now. And look, whacking
Massive,
great post
isn't it?
hole there.
Yeah.
Phil's impressed by the sheer scale of the fortifications, but also intrigued to hear Guy's theory that they were probably never attacked.
The Romans wanted to fight a particular type of war with their defences, and they liked set-piece battles. But up here in Scotland, you've got various different tribes like the Votadini, the Selgovi, the Novanti. They don't want to fight that kind of war at all. They've got a much looser idea of fighting, and they're not really stupid enough most of the time to come and attack this sort of place. They want to wait out there by drawing the Romans out into the forests and marshes when they're out foraging for food or supplies or on the march, and operate a guerrilla warfare. So the fort will have looked great and been very impressive.
But it's no use at all.
Well, because the tribesmen weren't stupid enough to come up and attack this.
I suppose it's a good way to spend your labour while you're up here, isn't it, really? Just build a fort, chaps.
There's nothing worse than a bored soldier or a bored archaeologist, so back to
I
it.
want to carry on, yeah.
Yesterday we put in this trench to find the back wall of the 2nd century headquarters building, which isn't clear to see on the geophys plot. The news today is that it hasn't hit the building, but it has turned up lots of Roman finds.
And is this what I think it is? Could that be a hobnail?
Yes, it's got the big conical head and the curved over tail to it.
I told you I wanted to see evidence of one particular soldier, Mick. At last we've got it.
The finds are all coming from what seems to be a Roman midden or rubbish dump that was sealed under this cobbly layer. Both seem to date to the 2nd century occupation of the fort.
So there's actually quite a lot of archaeology in this trench.
But we still want to see more of the headquarters building.
Phil?
So Phil's opened up another trench.
Do you reckon that you're down on top of the headquarters?
How the hell should I know that, Tony? I've only just opened the trench, we've only just cleaned it up.
All right, well, can I ask you a different way? Why did you put in your trench here and not in the forest?
That is a totally different question. Working from the principle of the known to the unknown, we appear to definitely have the headquarters building there. Yeah. We think we've probably got the corner of it in here.
It's quite patchy, this earth, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this looks like the same destruction stuff we've had elsewhere of sort of charcoal and daub, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is massive burning, really big, heavy burning. But you know, like I say, we've only just opened the trench,
Yeah.
Mick.
You're telling us to go away, aren't you, and leave you to get on with it?
I'm trying to be polite.
Yeah, I can see that.
It didn't work. See you.
Now that Phil's working here on the headquarters building, Bridget's in charge of finishing our dig across the fort's defences.
7, 8, 9. It's about 9 metres.
Isn't it? Yes.
She's trying to make sense of what's left of the 9-metre wide rampart.
Well, the problem with all these turf ramparts is, of course, none of them survive because they're fundamentally unstable. They rot and fall away. So all you've got left is what the Romans chose to leave behind. Now,
these fragments of burnt wood are intriguing, and Guy reckons they were used to strengthen the rampart.
So they use a series of timbers to frame it and hold it together as it tapers up to the walkway. So all you've got left are the bottom layers and perhaps some of the timbers, which is what those might be, that were used to lace the rampart to frame it.
Right, Phil, where's your floor?
That one there.
Meanwhile, back in the trenches, we've opened up a few more test pits to help us work out the layout of the huge headquarters building that stretches across here.
Phil, 6 centimetres different, so same floor again.
Oh, that's very good.
And the midden or rubbish pit we discovered here has got even more interesting. Not only has it produced lots more finds, such as Roman glass, but underneath it we've now revealed an earlier structure.
What these look like, to me, is timbers, or the positions of timbers that have rotted away.
That's exactly right.
Is that what you think these were?
These are earth-fast timbers, framed together, pegged and jointed together, supporting a superstructure but firmly bedded in the ground, floorboards over the top.
Right. So we're looking at an earlier phase of Roman timber buildings, barrack blocks or whatever they are.
Yes, it is. It certainly predates the metal surface that we're on.
Yeah.
But the pottery that came out of it was all 2nd century, so it's part of the second major phase of the site.
So there could still be an earlier phase of fort underneath?
Absolutely, yes.
So even though we've found 2 different layers inside the fort, they both seem to relate to the 2nd century occupation of the site. We're talking about a period of something like 20 years, long enough for turf and timber structures to need repairing or replacing as needs changed. And in the absence of any dating evidence in the bottom of this 3-metre defensive ditch, the feeling is that the 2 phases of ramparts we've unearthed both probably date to the 2nd century too. It looks like any evidence of a 1st century fort, if it's here, will be buried too deep for us to find. Yesterday, you were the one who said you wanted to work outside the fort to see if you could find any evidence of anything really early. How have you done?
Well, the thing that I was really excited about was this little ditch here, forms like a triangle. There's the fort, and it seemed to sit on the outside of it. And what I was really interested to know was whether it came on, is it part of an annex coming along here or whatever. So we asked the geophysics to do this area down here.
Geophys have surveyed this area, but they can't find any continuation of the ditch, leaving Stuart to conclude that the annex could be shaped like this. But what's an annex for?
We don't know a huge amount about annexes. We think that they could have been there and they could have held things like animals that might have been related to the fort, or possibly industrial activity that they didn't want to take place inside the fort.
Late 1st century.
Gordon reckons this shape could be really significant. He thinks it's identical to an annex found at a fort at Stracathco.
Snap. There you are. That's the crop mark at Stracathro. This is the crop mark at Drumlanrig. The little triangular area and the continuation that Stuart was talking about is the equivalent of, shall we say, that area there. Here is the annex, just the same shape, although 4 times bigger than Drumlanrig, and here is the corner of the fort on its side to which it's attached at Stracathro. Exact parallel.
Stracathco is classified as a definite 1st century site, and Gordon now thinks that this could be proof of the same early occupation at Drumlanrig.
Is what you're saying that the best evidence for 1st century activity is this annex?
That's
is that
right.
what you're saying?
In terms of structure, yes, at the moment.
So you found something really good and you didn't even know.
That's why I was so excited.
Geophys's completed survey has revealed lots more buried archaeology for the experts to think about, and it can now be studied against our 3D model of the site. But most importantly, what the Geophys plot has given us is a much clearer idea about the layout of the 2nd century fort.
We can put on the ramparts and the ditches. Now we know about those, obviously, Phil's dug the trench right the way through it, so we've got a pretty good idea of that. Now we've got the headquarters building, which Kerry and the others have been opening the trenches up across, so we know that building's there, and it's pretty clear from the geophysics. Now that's the nodal point, if you like, and from this everything else pans off. So we can put in the other buildings according to the geophysics.
That's very good, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can really see those in the geophysics.
So there's the barracks, probably for the infantry. There's our headquarters building. I put granaries here and a commandant's house, but to be honest, we really can't be certain about exactly where those were in this fort. More barracks here, perhaps for a cavalry contingent, if there was one here. We end up, therefore, with roughly 480 infantry and possibly 120 cavalry at the end. Standard Roman unit.
Guy may be right, because it looks like there were definitely some cavalry here.
So if one of the trenches behind you...
This is really exciting. This is so Roman Imperial cavalry.
Really?
Yeah. It can only work in a limited number of places on the harness. As you can see, the main harnessing on the saddle itself, which stops the saddle from either moving forwards or backwards, has these fittings.
Right.
So it's more likely to be perhaps here or on a brow band, somewhere where it's going to be more or less permanently in place. Line of them polished up, they'd look fantastic, as all of this harness does.
But for a Roman site, we've had relatively few finds.
I really expected there to be bucket loads of stuff.
Well, there are bucket loads of finds around here. They're just not on the fort because the Roman army did its housework when it packed up. It didn't leave the stuff around for the enemy or for anybody else. It cleared away the fort. And all the archaeology we produced just suggests that this is a very complicated site with a lot of occupation, with several occupation layers in a very tight date range, but neatly cleared away every time.
And in most cases, we haven't gone into those layers of archaeology. We've just come down onto the top of them.
Which is precisely what we've done on our 2nd century headquarters building in several trenches. Finally, what can we say about it?
We didn't know whether this was a dividing wall or the back wall of the main building.
This is of the headquarters building?
The headquarters,
Right,
yeah.
right.
There might have been a room coming this way.
Right.
So we put this trench in.
Yeah.
And all we've got is this road surface. That's all we could see on the geophysics.
But there might be something in this gap, mightn't there?
There might be something, but come and look at Phil's trench.
I've cracked it. I've cracked it. I tell you, we've actually got all the components in here. we've got the main road, and it actually stops here. And the reason it stops is that it's butting up against the back of the main wall.
It's difficult to see because the stone walls have been robbed away, but as I understand it, Phil's located the massive back wall of the building, and inside it, evidence of a room with a wooden partition wall and the trace of what might be a dais or raised floor. It's likely that this was the Chapel of the Standards, the room at the heart of the headquarters where they kept items such as a bronze Draco and the other valuables. And as we found lots of evidence of burning within this huge building, it seems likely that the Roman soldiers set fire to the headquarters just as they did to the wooden buildings, before leaving Western Scotland for the last time and withdrawing to Hadrian's Wall around 160 AD.
We've got it, we cracked it.
And all the result of the geophysics.
In the back garden of this house and a few other houses down the street, some local archaeologists dug some trenches. Underneath that concrete and under that glass house, they discovered a series of walls and some bits of pot and tile and some Roman coins, and they thought they'd got a Roman bathhouse. But is it? And if so, what's it doing here? Time Team have got just 3 days to find out. Freeth is here in North Wales, just across the border from Chester, the centre of Roman occupation in the northwest. But the reason that the local archaeologists want us to dig here is because they think this is really special and it's never been properly excavated. Harry, have you any idea how important your garden actually is?
No idea at all. I just believe there's some Roman walls underneath and that's about it, really.
What have we got?
Well, we've got a collection, as Harry says, of Roman walls. So excavations carried out here in the 60s, and we found various plans which show possibly some rectangular buildings, possibly a circular building, possibly a building with an apse on it, a semicircular projection on one side. But the fact of the matter is, we don't really know what the building is.
What's that look like to you, Mick?
Well, it's been suggested it's a bathhouse, but I think the problem is all the plans are different. And really, if we're going to understand it, we ought to re-excavate it and see what it looks like in the ground.
There you go.
We're beginning to dismantle Harry's garden. It's taking a bit of time because of the path and the stuff around it. Next door, Phil's moving a bit faster. He just had grass to go through.
Ooh, ooh.
The fence between the two gardens just has to go. It'll be easier to work without it. The village itself runs north-south, and the main street follows the line of Offa's Dyke. The dyke, built in the 8th century, is now under these houses. Behind them is the village playing field. It was scheduled as an ancient monument because Roman material was found along the edges. The authorities have given us permission to have a look at it.
Well, look, these thicker dots are presumably where they've got higher readings. It's resistance survey,
Right.
so that could be stone buildings.
It's pouring down now, so the incident room is suddenly very busy.
Yeah, well, it's the problem when we're actually outside.
Stuart and Henry are looking at the overall topography.
So this is a 3D map of the area. Was it happy?
Victor, Raysan and Sally, a Roman baths expert, are looking at what a bathhouse might have looked like.
The example we found, which is Ashton, it's got the most similar layout, although it's half the size.
And John has now got some geophys results for the playing field.
These are results from 20 years ago. That's our area we've surveyed. Now, if you compare the two, take their results. It's a perfect match.
Very, very similar, aren't they?
I mean, it really is good.
Yes.
Because from what we know, in the 60s, they stopped here.
Right.
That over there is brand spanking new virgin ground, never been dug before. And that will answer the question of all this rubble. It will give us a continuation of the wall. It will also give us the inside of the building, and also it will give us a brand spanking new set of finds.
This is the wall Phil's found. In the 60s, another wall was found in this corner. Phil's new trench will provide the missing link between the two. If this lines up, we'll either have a circular building or one with an apse, a semicircular projection on one side. Any finds associated with it will give us a date for this wall. At the moment, we've no way of even knowing whether it's Roman or not. So, OK, the Roman army might have been here, but why here?
There are a number of possibilities. First of all, Freeth is actually on the line of the main Roman road, which runs from the legionary fortress at Chester over there, down through the centre and up through this valley, on into central Wales and eventually the west coast. So,
out in the playing field, Helen's opened a very large trench, but has very little to show for it.
We were thinking, were we coming down onto something structural or not?
Looks horribly natural. Yeah,
It looks like something you might quarry out to build a road.
Well, exactly.
But we did have a bit of luck with some Roman finds.
Yeah.
Well, from here?
Yeah, from the top layers.
That's just a star one.
That's your star piece of Roman.
But this was from very much higher up. This is from the more like the ridge and furrow.
See, I'd have thought that was probably a flower pot.
And here we are, a nice piece of Opus Signinum. Quite a big bit, really.
Right,
You can see all the flecks in it.
Yeah. That's looking like proper archaeology now.
Yeah, I think we've got undisturbed Roman wall there and undisturbed Roman floors at the bottom there.
Yeah, undisturbed Roman, but it's undisturbed Roman only since the mid-1960s when they dug it up last time.
Yeah, OK.
Don't you think this line of stones here is very similar to what you've got in there? It's probably the same line.
Ooh.
In other words, whatever that wall is, it's not going anywhere else, but it's coming down here.
It does line up, does it?
Well, we need to get Henry in, don't we, to ask him to look at it. Look, if you stand here, look, you can see the shed.
Hey?
If you stand over here, you can see the corner of the shed, look. So it must be going under this garage, mustn't it? Come out under the fence.
If he's right, it's not a bathhouse, it's a wall at least 15 metres long.
And it looks more like, again, like as if it's a field wall, doesn't it?
Who done it?
That's sort of here before the houses are put here.
Don't curve either, does it?
No, it doesn't.
We open up the wall that Mick tripped over. It does seem to line up with Phil's and is on the same height. In the extension to Phil's trench, he's found the wall, but he's also found this ditch. Inside the ditch, we're coming across a range of good finds, and they're all Roman.
Look at that, you see the little projection
Yeah.
on the side?
Yes.
And then the thinness of the glass, and also, I think you can make out some little air bubbles in it, very characteristic of Roman glass. What else?
And the star exhibit, a Roman brooch.
Oh yes, that's P-shaped, a P-shaped brooch. There should be another one of these on this side. So there's a gap down the middle. They join at the bottom for the tail here. But it is an unusual type of brooch, and I think it probably belongs to the late 2nd century and on into the 3rd.
Okay.
These finds give us some relief, but they date the ditch in Phil's trench. The wall is still a mystery.
I'm absolutely happy in my own mind that that's Roman. I don't know quite...
The ditch is Roman, but how can he get a date for the wall? Digging here might give us a point where this wall and this ditch cross. That way, we'll be able to tell if the wall's Roman or if it comes after the Roman period.
What we've got is this sort of rectilinear arrangement.
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There's reported Roman finds just over the road there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's such a positive result. I think we ought to
Pop a hole in and have a look.
Which is what we do. And pretty soon, there's quite a crowd around having a look.
I'd say you've got a good one there.
Looks like a mortar floor.
It does, doesn't it? It's nice and thick, isn't it?
And look, I was going to say that where I dug down in that hole there, it's still carrying on down. But
and this is a wall.
Harry? Tracy, if anybody deserves a drink, it's you two after what we've done to your garden. Wait, have you seen this? This is our star find so far. It's a dice, like a Snakes and Ladders dice, that has not been thrown for 1,800 years. Mind you, if we'd been chucking it, given our luck over the last couple of days, what would we have got? Ones and twos?
Oh, come on, Tony. At least 2s and 3s, I would have thought, you know.
3 days ago, this was our starting point. A map of stone walls joined together by archaeologists and historians in a way that suggested a very big bath complex in this area. We now know that they were wrong. Most of these walls weren't even Roman, except for this one. But then, just when we thought that was it... Bridge, things starting to come together in your trench?
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Look, we've got a Roman ditch coming up here.
Yeah.
Just uncover what looks like a Roman post hole, and the piece de resistance is this piece of daub.
Daub as in wattle and daub?
Yeah.
So where would the wattle have gone?
2 pieces would have fitted just in there.
It is extraordinary how things always start to come together towards the end of day 3. And it being day 3, we've got, as usual, 3/4 of the local population. But what's so strange is that in addition to all the things that we've got in Bridget's trench, in Matt's trench, we've got something similar. What have you got for us?
Well, we're down on the bottom clay floor here, and if you look really carefully, you can see these circular, evenly spaced stains, and that's where wooden stakes would have been, and they'd have held up a small wall, a partition wall or something like that.
So there is Roman here. It's just much more ephemeral than we thought it would be. It's wattle and daub and mud and post holes. It's not made of stone.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm over the moon. I mean, we came looking for a bathhouse, and it's always nice to be able to put the record straight. We now know that there is no bathhouse. And then to cap it all, we've been able to confirm some of their results, which was this wonderful stone-built wing of a Roman building, tessellated floor, lovely floors. It's been, it's stonker, it really has.
What a great optimist you are.
I am!
What is it that we've got?
What we've got is a whole complex of buildings here. Quite what it is more difficult to interpret because it's clearly not a Roman villa, and neither is it something like a Roman fort. Well, Stuart came up with the idea that this is actually the nearest supply of limestone to Chester. And why that's important is you need vast amounts of limestone to make lime for the mortar and the plaster and everything when you're building the permanent fort there. And you'd need a gang of labourers basically to do that. So we probably ought to think of this as some sort of industrial military compound of people who are producing all that material to send back over to Chester, and I quite like that idea.
It's wonderful having a quiet little conversation at the end of the day with just the 5 of us and 350 local people. Go away! In 43 AD, the Romans invaded Britain with their shining armour and their Mediterranean suntans and their imperial army, but they were deeply resented by the Iron Age Brits, and it was centuries before the country was well and truly Romanised. At least, that's the story we know and love. But here, in an idyllic part of Somerset, is a site that tells a very different story. The local Archaeological Society have uncovered a villa built within decades of the Roman invasion. What's more, it seems to have been occupied by Brits. So were the locals as hostile as we think? What was going on here? Can we sort out the strange story of Blacklands? We've only got a limited amount of time, just 3 days. Just years after their arrival, the Romans had constructed Bath in the southwest, a major Roman centre of grand stone buildings. The defeated Brits, meanwhile, were living in wooden roundhouses and sticking with their tribal culture. Or were they? The society believed the villa looks like this, and early finds suggest it dates to the 1st century AD. They also believed that the villa complex was built by Britons already living at Blacklands at the time of conquest, Britons who were quick to adopt Roman ways. But are they right? Can this site point us to the day the Romans arrived? We're facing some soggy work down a hole that may hide key evidence to understanding the site. Bridge? Is that a well?
It is.
Why are we digging a well? I mean, a hole's just a hole, isn't it?
Well, it is, but this is quite a significant one because this is meant to be dated to the very, very early Roman period, about the 1st century AD, and it's significantly over top of a late Iron Age ditch. And of course, at the bottom of a well, you get lots of finds, and we just want to see what those finds are and get some more dating evidence, that kind of thing.
Kerry, you're our health and safety bloke. How are we going to dig that without killing ourselves?
What we're going to do, we're going to put a machine slot in front of the well, get down as far as we can safely, and then we're going to board it and shore it so we can work from the outside of the well, and we'll half section it as we go.
As we prepare for the next storm, Matt gets stuck into the villa trench.
I guess this probably came from the villa, do you reckon?
I would have thought so, yeah. It seems like the explanation that we've got a demolition dump in the top of the villa, so it'd be interesting to see what date that is.
Our own geophys results are also giving us plenty to get our teeth into.
Pretty good.
Helen opens her trench where the geophys results show a mysterious crossing of ditches that may hold finds. Within minutes, a new find emerges.
Stone tile. It's got that reddish kind of purpley look, isn't it?
It's got a point to it.
Yeah, I think it's worth
That could be a roof tile.
worth asking, because if it is a roof tile, isn't that the first one? Yeah.
When the Romans arrived, southwest Britain was divided up into tribes such as the Doboni. While there were Brits who were hostile to Roman imperial expansion, others, particularly those who were already trading with Rome, were more welcoming and more likely to build a Romanised building. You've got this Iron Age landscape, and suddenly plonked into the middle of it, you get this super modern villa. How did they know what to build? Where did they get the ideas and the craftsmen from?
Well, you've got a lot of things happening very close to here. Go 10 miles to the north and you've got the Roman town of Bath. Now, this is somewhere where huge investment is taking place in the 60s and 70s. There are probably masons coming across from Gaul, probably Roman engineers, building this massive monumental temple and everything that goes with it.
I think what John says is correct, but I think you've also got to accept that there are people here in the late Iron Age who are probably already important, already perhaps high status. And what they're doing, and that's before the conquest, and after the conquest, what they do is develop a Roman villa, perhaps referring to sites in southeastern England, to show off their allegiance to the new authority, perhaps, and their links to the southeast of England and their knowledge of building structures.
So what would the people around here have felt who couldn't afford this lovely, swanky new Roman villa?
I think intimidated to start with. It's like thinking about medieval cathedrals, sort of peasant going and suddenly seeing this huge spiring tower. They'd be in awe of it, and that's what they feel when they go to see Bath. OK, a small little villa like this is not quite the same, but it's very alien architecture.
Yeah, most people in the region at the time are still living in roundhouses, so somebody who builds a villa like this is showing off their links to the new political authority.
Or it could be seen as huge faux pas, like someone putting up stone cladding on their building.
I'll go with that. On the villa site, Matt's been having trouble finding a definite date for the villa's construction. Demolition rubble's been dated to the 2nd century, so it's definitely a very early villa. But it could have been built as much as 50 years after the Romans arrived. So were there people living here at the time of conquest? We're adding to the pottery finds that paint an unexpected picture.
So what sort of date range of Roman material have we got here, Mark?
Well, we've just got a small selection here, and we're really starting with the later part of the 1st century AD.
Right.
And the 2nd century AD. But we've also got some late Roman, some 4th century AD, but it's predominantly late 1st and 2nd century. But we've got a bit of a gap with the earliest Roman pottery. We have not yet been able to recognise any pottery that dates from the period of the Roman conquest through to about AD 75 or thereabouts.
So that's about 30 years missing at the beginning of the Roman period.
Right. That's right. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Does that indicate that there are gaps in the sort of buildings and occupation on the site then?
Well, it's looking increasingly to me from the pottery that we ought to have another building somewhere.
Right. Well, that's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, you're presumably not thinking of a villa-type structure at all, are you?
No, I wouldn't expect a villa at that date. You're probably thinking about a timber building, a farmstead. It could conceivably still be a roundhouse at this phase and just making the transition to a more rectilinear Romanised timber building.
Right. Well, we'd better have a look at the geophysics and everything else, hadn't we? And see where that might be.
Yeah.
If we find a missing building, it may reveal Romanisation, no longer wooden and round, but rectangular or stone-built. Then in Helen's Trench, we find hints of just such a structure. Helen put a trench in here because she thought there might be a big ditch here, and sure enough, you can see that against the clay there, but It's this side of the trench that you started getting really excited about.
Yeah, look, we seem to have found a wall. It's got these great big stones in it, and the finds that are coming off are interesting. We've got a piece of Samian ware and a lovely rim of black burnished ware. Good Roman stuff, but then we've also got a piece of clay pigeon, so we're really not sure what the date might be yet.
I mean, the thing is, we didn't know it was here because we'd only done a magnetic survey. We got the ditched enclosure, but we didn't see this wall. I mean, if this is a building, then it puts a whole different perspective on it.
Where is the ditched enclosure?
Well, you say ditched enclosure, but hang on. I'm standing on the corner. It's 30 metres long that way, it's 10 metres long that way. Could it actually be a huge, great big timber building, this enclosure? And if that's possible, could that stone wall be the replacement in stone? So we could maybe have a sequence.
How do we find out?
Well, we're just about ready to extend the trench and we're going to go exactly that way where you are, so I think you better move.
But the West Country weather is proving a challenge. In past excavations, the local society have uncovered what seems to be a major gatehouse designed for the villa. The two supporting towers had massive footings, and they're bothering Stuart.
I mean, what's really unusual about that gatehouse is the scale. I mean, that's a substantial building of that scale at 6 metres by 3 metres for each tower. Something of that order you'd expect either on a fort or a big villa. It seems totally out of context in relationship to that very small building, doesn't it?
It seems half the size of the actual villa, which it must dwarf it, really, in respect.
That would make it really unique and unusual. It puzzles me why I'd have something so big with that. I think it just needs a little bit more work to see if we can get to the bottom of what this structure really is.
But at least we've already solved one mystery. Yesterday in this trench we'd planned a major excavation. It looked like there was going to be a 20 or 30 foot deep well in here, didn't it? There?
It did.
And you were going to shore it up around the outside.
I was.
Going to half section it.
I was.
Make sure that none of us were hurt because you're our health and safety man.
I was, yes.
Look what we've ended up with.
Yep.
It's pathetic.
It is pathetic. And what's happened is they've taken out their backfill from the last time they excavated here, and it bottomed out to about 3 inches.
3 inches. I can't tell you how excited he was about this. How long have you been planning it?
For weeks, and I've had generators, scaffolding, acros, everything in for this.
And this is what we've ended up with?
It is. But my primary concern is my tent, which is in that hedge over there.
What are you on in terms of light?
Yesterday, Phil's trench gave us a worked Iron Age antler. He's now convinced he's digging within an Iron Age roundhouse. But could his Iron Age site be much bigger and run into our second field below? What's the news then? Have we got our village?
I could not have been more wrong about this, Tony, what I said this morning. I had this vision in my mind that this would be full of roundhouses, and it's absolutely fantastic, but it's nothing like what I predicted at all.
What have we got instead?
I mean, we've got a massive ditch continuing round. I mean, it circles round for 40 metres. It seems to be a really large enclosure.
So that means that before the Romans came, there was this huge, presumably one building with this enclosure inside?
I think that's what we don't know, because, I mean, you know, we assume this is Iron Age going with this, but actually we don't know that, do we? We need to look at it.
No, we've got to dig this, really.
Yeah.
But what we really need to do is get some dating evidence from this field, and we think go for this entrance.
It's very exciting, isn't it?
It is, yeah, yeah.
So Matt opens a trench in the second field inside a ditched enclosure. If it is Iron Age, it would have been built to enclose the Iron Aged roundhouse in Phil's tent. Phil!
Tony!
I've got Mark for you. Where he comes up trumps.
Come on then, let's see this.
I'm all of a quiver, I really am. I know what I found, but I don't know what the detail is. I've never found anything like this before.
Oh my word, it's an Iron Age coin.
I know, that's what, but give me detail.
Right, well, it certainly belongs to the group that we called the Bunnock or Southwestern British. You've got a lovely head there with see the nose,
Yeah.
chin, eyes and hair. And there should be a horse on the other side.
There is.
And there's the horse with the triple tail.
So this is before the Romans have arrived?
Yeah, almost up to a century before the Romans arrived.
I didn't realise they were making coins then.
Yes, coinage appears in Britain towards the very beginning of the 1st century BC or the end of the 2nd century BC and reaches this area by about 60, 70 BC.
What would that horse signify?
Well, the horse is a very common symbol on Iron Age coins, and it may be a symbol of luck and also perhaps power and authority.
So, Phil, what does this coin tell us about what was happening in your trench?
I mean, presumably it's a high status object.
Well, these things don't turn up on every Iron Age site.
I've just never found anything like that before. I've seen pictures of them. But we've got to also place in our mind that we do have this big roundhouse, this 15-metre diameter roundhouse. Now, that is a high-status building. And I think, you know, the high-status building is going to go with a man of power. It's the sort of guy who would have that coin.
Yeah, quite possibly.
So you're mildly pleased to have found
I
this?
am just over the moon. I'm literally all of a quiver. I just can't believe it.
Brilliant. The most fun that Phil could have without a stone tool in his hands. The first Iron Age coin ever excavated on Time Team. And it begins a flood of finds from all over the site.
I don't think we've had window glass.
No, Jane said we hadn't found any on the site before.
Yeah, what a lovely colour. The technique in making it is to blow a great big bubble and then snip it down the middle and open it out flat. It is a beautiful thing.
We've gone down into another layer, a lower layer in the pit here, and we're coming up with these really lovely fine weirs. And I just would like your opinion on their date.
Yeah, we'll start with the Samian because it's always the easiest. That's South Gaulish from southern France.
Yeah.
And I think that's from a sort of shallow plate or platter known as a Form 18. But it's a type that probably dates, I don't know, you're probably looking at the last 30 years of the 1st century AD, which is interesting.
Oh, great.
Bridges' finds are just some 40 years from the time of conquest, but we still lack evidence of occupation from the actual transition point from the Iron Age to the Roman period.
Lovely.
There's the...
Let's keep it on the trail, actually, until we can get it in the tray. Oh, lovely.
Now, what are you looking for?
I'm just, first of all, just looking at the profile. It's the first chance to get it. It is a classic sort of mid-1st century AD cordon jar profile. I think this is probably going to belong to somewhere towards the middle of the 1st century AD. It is, in fact, right on that transition.
Say that date again?
The middle of the 1st century AD.
Middle of the 1st century.
Yeah.
So, in other words...
Just either side of the conquest
I was going to
period.
say, that's sort of 50 AD, which is about the time of the conquest.
Right.
At last, we've got firm evidence of people living somewhere around here at the time of the Roman conquest. A pot imported from the Roman Empire for wealthy Britons. Of course, it doesn't give us the exact location of the conquest period building, but it's a big step. Back in the second field, Matt's at the bottom of what we think is the entrance to a huge enclosure located by Geophysics.
So how are you getting on with this ditch then, Matt?
Well, I think I've just about got to the bottom of it now, finally. It's a little deeper than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's enormous, isn't it?
Yeah, and at the bottom, it's kind of claggy clay deposit with bits of charcoal, and I found one bit of pot out of it. I just want you to have a look at it.
Oh, that looks good. Well, that's definitely late Iron Age. That's excellent. So that confirms that the ditch was dug in the late Iron Age then and backfilled in the Roman period.
Yeah,
excellent.
Because all that was Roman down to about there.
Yeah, but
Right.
the initial digging is late Iron Age. Brilliant.
Let's get the rest of it out, see if we can find some more.
Great.
So Matt's ditch is a massive Iron Age enclosure around Phil's and Bridges' trench. The pottery has shown that the living area at the time of conquest is also within this enclosure. From the geophys and huge curve of her trench, Bridge suspects her rubbish pit may cover another roundhouse, and she's found a fixture. And what's that thing there?
Well, this is really neat. This looks like it's a pivot stone from a door. So you'd have had the frame coming out of here and the door pivoting back and forth like that.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at that. There we go.
Yeah, all right.
That's very nice. Got that triangular shape there. And look, you can see the groove mark in the side there where where the pivot of the door frame would have come up there. You can see where it's been wearing away.
So it's quite a sophisticated building. What might it have been?
Well, potentially we have a stone-built roundhouse, possibly built after the Roman conquest by people using Roman pottery.
So if we've got a Romanised roundhouse, that's a completely different part of the story, isn't it?
It is, but we knew we were lacking a building at that period because we've got the pottery, we haven't got a structure to go with it. It looks as if Bridge might have found it, and the reason we haven't found it before is it's been demolished.
So is it that when the Romans arrived here, the high-status locals didn't just go, oh, well, we better move into a classic Roman house. They just used some Roman technology, incorporated it into their own roundhouses and only built a Romanised house later?
Yeah, they continue sometimes to live into roundhouses until they build the villa, perhaps.
Bridget, this could be the missing link.
It could be, but I'm going to go down and find that for you.
With just a few hours to go, Helen's rectangular feature has given way to another structure entirely, one of stone and so Romanised.
This is looking a lot better, isn't it, Helen? Looks like a proper excavation here.
It certainly does. It's looking absolutely gorgeous. But we've still got a few problems.
Like?
Well, everybody agrees that this is an Iron Age roundhouse.
What, this sort of area in the middle?
Yeah,
Yeah.
With these stones coming round in an arc.
Yeah.
And it's got eave strip, gully thing and all the things that you'd expect from an Iron Age roundhouse.
Yeah.
Except it's only got one solitary single piece of Iron Age pottery.
Right.
So there is a possibility that it could actually be a Roman roundhouse. So we've got Matt digging a trench across the wall to try to find out, and Tom is working away at a post hole, which could also be associated, to try to find something that's earlier.
So what about this wall then?
Well, the wall is a real enigma because it did seem to turn at that end, we're pretty certain, and then peter out.
Right.
But then at this end, it just kind of gets a bit lumpy and stops. It just seems to be a wall in the middle of nowhere, and that's really odd.
It doesn't relate to a building as far as we can see at all then, does it?
No, absolutely not.
Right.
As she runs out of time, Helen's Roman walls remain a mystery. She thinks she's got a Romanised roundhouse, but the date remains elusive. Bridge, though, has found an even more impressive building.
Hi, Bridge, what's going... What on earth is that?
Are you impressed? I mean, it looks as though we've got massive foundations.
God, it does, doesn't it? I mean, that's clearly been carefully laid. And...
Yeah, and look, we've got a construction cut
Yeah,
running around
I
that
see
side,
that.
and it's curving up in that direction through
Yeah.
there.
That's
Then we've got good levels on all of these.
Yeah, and this pit's cut through the top of it.
Yeah, and actually what's really nice about it is you can see where they've actually put the pit in. They've been digging away, and then gone bang against these and realised, oh, below that, why move them out the way and just win over the top?
Yes, it looks like a massive footing.
Yeah.
Have you had any material from around it or within it?
All of this here in front of you
Oh,
is from
right.
around this
Well,
foundation.
let's have a look. You've got some decorated saming. Well, that looks to me as if that ought to date to about 60 to 80 AD.
That's good. That's earlier than what we were having
Yeah,
before.
it is. And, I mean, looking at this looks like good sort of late Iron Age bead rim, but it's also appearing with the sort of earliest Romanised forms as well. So we're definitely looking, I think, at that period about 60 to 80.
So this really is filling the gap in time that we've had for structures and occupation on the site.
It is indeed.
Can you imagine what the size of this building must have been like?
It's truly astonishing and unusual in any context in Roman Britain, I'd say, to see foundations on this scale in the countryside this early.
In the last minutes of the day, Bridge has revealed what we've been looking for. A stone roundhouse, a Romanised building constructed by Brits within a few decades of the Romans' arrival. Over the last 3 days, you've got more and more excited about this site, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I think it's been a fantastic site.
Why?
Well, it's that junction between prehistory and the Roman period, and, we're right on it here. I think we're right on it, more or less, where we're standing, actually.
In the 3 days, we've found the site where Romanisation first took hold at Blacklands. We've uncovered 3 roundhouses, and while Helen's remains undated, the heart of the story is in Phil's high-status Iron Age one and Bridge's massive stone one from those critical years after the Romans arrived. And our finds paint a picture of the people at Blacklands who adopted Roman ways so quickly. Pottery, revealing trade with the continent, rare coins, belonging to the powerful and wealthy. Pretty good few days.
Absolutely.
This site promised so much and it delivered even more. Not only did we extend the Roman life of this place by about 200 years, not only did we get right into the heart of an Iron Age roundhouse, but we got very close to the people who were living here at that extraordinary moment in time when the Romans arrived here in Somerset. 30 years ago, the Legg family took over this farm in West Dorset. Almost immediately, they discovered that one end of this field was difficult to plough, and they put it down to the stony soil. But then, earlier this year, Roman finds started to crop up all over the field. Roof tile, pottery, Roman coins, brooches. What's going on? The Leggs are itching to know. Is there a Roman building here that could account for their broken ploughs? Time Team's got just 3 days to find out and let them know.
OK, what have you got then, Henry?
This is basically a map plotting where all the previous metal detecting finds have been in this field. And basically we have the red dots showing the coins, we've got the brooches, the yellow triangles, and the ring at that end. And it does show a cluster, sort of where we're stood, roughly.
So it sounds as if, in the absence of a geophys target, we probably ought to have a look at that concentrated area in the middle there, shouldn't we?
I think so, yeah.
Mick seems very relaxed given all this bad news, and everyone's putting on a brave face.
I would have thought.
But the truth is, we're sticking in a trench on a broad scatter of metal detectorist finds, and outside the geophys survey area. I wonder if our spectators have got any idea of how close to disaster we are.
Could be, couldn't it?
Our Roman double act, Guy and Richard, have been looking at what kind of Roman coins have been found to see if the dates and values give us any clues as to why they were here. Do we reckon we know what we've got now?
Yep, quite a few coins.
Yes, I know we've got coins. Even I know we've got coins. What kind of date?
Early 2nd, speeding up in the 3rd, quite a lot of 4th century stuff.
Are they valuable?
In ancient terms, no.
So what does that imply?
You'd either use them for everyday purchase on market stalls or fairgrounds or something like that and not worry if you lost them, or if you're giving them to a shrine or something, the tendency is always to give the worst stuff, the copies, the forgeries, the foreign coins.
What about the other metal finds?
Well, there's some brooches, some of which may be as early as the 1st century, and one that goes up to the middle of the 2nd century, but look that it's broken. Now, it's quite common in a religious context to give away broken brooches. Just as you might give away worn-out rubbish coinage, you give away scrap metal rather than good stuff.
So lots of finds, but no structure?
Yeah, we've got a real mystery. The coins are great, the brooches are great. It's a very, very strange place.
What do you think it might be?
Well, you could have coins and no living both on a fairground or a temple.
A fairground?
Yeah, market.
What Phil thinks he's got is a man-made ditch cut into the natural geology. He's found one edge, and to confirm it, he needs to find the other one.
Oh,
Nice one.
that's the other side of it then.
Nice one.
That is, I like the look of that.
Yeah.
It's curving round, it's curving round.
Hallelujah, there is some archaeology here. We now have 2 edges to our ditch.
Is you've got the natural there, natural bedrock there, this stuff, and you see there's an edge. Comes across there, and it's coming across there as well. So there's summit going round there, that way.
The question now is, what is it? It's a mystery that's going to keep us busy for a while.
Oh, you mean you got Roman stuff?
Look, we've got chert.
Yeah.
That's the local equivalent of the flint, the actual green sand chert.
See the bulb there.
That's right. And we've got flint itself, which really does begin to make it look as though it is prehistoric.
Yep.
But if you really wanted evidence, Bronze Age pot, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I'd agree with that. That looks like sort of good early Middle Bronze Age. Exactly what you'd expect with a ring ditch like this. Which
that's right. I mean,
we're certainly going to turn into a barrow. Yeah, that's perfect.
Not a Roman in sight.
Excuse me while I just pummel you.
If they're right and this is a barrow, then Phil's found part of a ditch that ringed a man-made mound, in the middle of which may be a burial. If that's the case, We'd expect the ditch to extend into the next field, where geophys and the field walkers have been looking for Roman stuff. Just outside the ditch, Matt has been exploring an area where detectorists have found a cluster of coins, and it's produced something rather interesting. Matt, you see I've got this kind of black circle thing here.
Yeah. I think we should get a metal detector or something over them.
Can we borrow you for a minute?
Spread that out a bit. Ah.
Hey!
There you go.
A find. Oh, beautiful.
Absolutely
A find. Mark!
Well, it's going to be either late 3rd or 4th century AD.
How do you know
the
that?
size and thickness alone, that's enough to give a good indication.
So what are all these Roman coins doing in a prehistoric site? Even though everyone's bottling up their feelings, it's been a tense and frustrating day for the archaeologists. Nerves are beginning to fray, particularly when one of the crew steps into Phil's newly cleaned trench.
David! Sorry, sir.
And on the other side of the hedge, the hunt for the all-important centre of the barrow is also proving frustrating. No one can agree where it is.
I've paced it and I think that's where the centre is.
K for carrot?
Yeah.
Not a chance. We'll mark the perimeter and we'll see who's right.
Well, I'm going to extend it from the trench bit. And
oh, you do what you want.
This site gets more and more peculiar. On day 1, we thought we got a Roman temple. Day 2, we thought we got a classic Bronze Age burial mound. Now, Mick thinks it's something entirely different. What? We'll find out tomorrow. Beginning of day 3, and not content with putting a huge trench in all the way over here and extending it all the way down there, not to mention 2 huge trenches on the other side of that hedge, Mick's gone trench crazy, and you're extending the whole thing over here. What's going on?
We've got some geophys anomalies here.
What do they look like?
They're just blobs on it, but given that that is looking very interesting and exciting now, we've got to spend the whole day looking at it. We've got to look at this as well to go with it.
What do you reckon it is?
I've no idea. I just feel in me water that it's going to be very significant.
You're a professor, you ought to be able to tell us.
Yeah, but I think we're back in prehistory here, and
Yeah.
that's you know, we need some specialists. I mean, Miles is our man for this, without any doubt.
We've left the first field behind. All our efforts are now in the second field, investigating the barrow and the geophys blobs. They might be an entrance, which would be unusual in a standard Bronze Age barrow. It's one of a number of puzzles that have got the archaeologists scratching their heads about this monument.
Okay, right, Matt, if we can get a nice sort of metre section through that charcoal, that would be absolutely brilliant. Okay.
Unlike most Bronze Age round barrows, our barrow isn't circular, as Henry revealed. And after his bombshell, we double-checked the middle area in case there was a burial there. But no, and no burials anywhere else either. And our puzzling monument seems to have had a palisade as well.
So we've got the ditch swinging around here.
Our army of diggers have got just one day of scraping and shoveling left to find out what this prehistoric thing is. Encouragingly, there are plenty of finds. One that may be very significant has got Phil in raptures.
Look at that profile, where that curves down there. Classic scraper shape, that is. That ain't just a 5-minute job, that's beautiful workmanship. I mean, that's got to be late Neolithic, early Bronze Age, I'd have thought. Really?
Amazingly, to an expert like Phil, a stone tool can be dating evidence. The trimming on this scraper suggests skilled craftsmanship from the Neolithic or Stone Age.
Perfect thing for holding in your hand.
These skills were largely lost in the Bronze Age when metal replaced stone tools. It may add yet another 1,000 years to our monument, and that would definitely account for the odd features. What have you got?
Well, he's just finding all these tools here.
Cool.
Look at them all. I mean, he's got this one here. Wonderful thing.
It's a scraper. He used to scrape off hides and things like that.
There's this one here.
That's another scraping edge.
He's found this one here. There's all sorts of things. They've also found some pottery in here. Absolutely brilliant stuff. This one here. You could have a thumb decoration there or a lug that's fallen off.
What kind of period do you reckon this is?
Well, I'd go for Bronze Age, but very early Bronze Age.
Maybe transitional.
I think you're probably about right, and I think one of a really good key indicator that sort of provoked discussion is from this piece of pottery here. It's a rim, and it's got whipcord decoration.
What do you mean by that?
Well, can you see here? You've got like a piece of string has been pressed into the wet clay before it was dried.
The string decoration would have been applied before this massive collared urn was fired, about 4,000 years ago. The field archaeologists are starting to say that they reckon this might not be just a plain old Bronze Age site, that it might be very early Bronze Age or on the cusp of Bronze Age and Neolithic, or even Neolithic. What do you reckon?
It's Neolithic, without a shadow of a doubt.
Why do you say that?
Well, based on the actual shape of the monument and the artefacts coming out of it, it is very clearly all late Neolithic.
Do we know much about these Neolithic people?
Well, we're really dealing with the first agriculturalists, the first farmers, the first builders of monuments in the Neolithic. Prior to the Neolithic, we just got sort of hunters and gatherers, not really having much of an impact, but the Neolithic farmers are the first people who start building things, big monuments in the landscape, cutting down trees, ploughing fields.
What sort of date?
Well, it dates from around about 4000 BC. So our monument's at the tail end of it's about 3000 BC.
Can we work out anything about them as people?
We can. Actually finding the skeletal evidence is often quite rare. We find bits of bodies, but we don't find complete individuals. And that might be what our monument is. It might be a place where bodies are left to decompose and then selected pieces are taken away for burial elsewhere.
Do you find many monuments like this around here?
Not around here, no. So this is actually quite rare. It fills in a nice gap in our Neolithic map.
We appear to have lurched more than 3,000 years back in time since we arrived at the site.
Ian, look at this. I think I might have another piece of pottery, but I'm not sure actually what it is. It's very dirty.
Oh no, I don't think it's pot, it's daub. Look, that's where the hazel rug went through.
Of course it is.
Swartland daub.
That's absolutely brilliant, because yesterday we had some burnt daub up that end there.
There you go. It's the house.
Very nice.
We've got the house.
Wattle and daub was made by weaving hazel rods together and then daubing them with a mix of mud, straw and dung. Our daub may have been part of the palisade around the monument. Phil's post holes suggested a circle of timbers, and in between there may have been wattled hurdle, making it continuous. And this structure would be more typically Neolithic than Bronze Age. This site has produced one of the biggest range of finds we've ever seen on Time Team. From 5,000-year-old Neolithic chert tools to 500-year-old medieval coins, there's something from every period. And together they've unlocked the secrets of this site. We came here looking for a Roman temple, and instead found what we thought was a classic Bronze Age barrow. But it's now clear that our thing began its life in the Neolithic about 5,000 years ago, as an enclosure ringed by a ditch and quite possibly by a palisade which was later burnt. The enclosure may have been used to display dead bodies. Tools and pottery were also deposited in two sections of the ditch. In the Bronze Age, a mound was thrown up using material dug from quarry pits just outside the ring ditch. The mound was probably still visible in the Roman period, and local people passing by were moved to bury their coins next to it, which is where we came in.
Hello, my name's John Gator. Time Team is fan-funded by Patreon. This vital support helps us to make new episodes. Joining Patreon gives you access to exclusive interviews, 3D models and masterclasses, plus lots more.